Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Spellshots. I'm your host, Jeromy DeChant, at JeromyTV online. Uh, and with me, as always, is our regular um, cast with one addition of Joe, the cameraman. Some of you regulars may know Joe as the voice of God, the man behind the scenes running things for us. He is also the face and DM of New Age Geeks, uh, Forging Fates. I know, face is probably a strong word, but I
Yeah.
think
Nah.
you carry with the beard. You carry it.
The beard of New Age Geeks.
The beard of New Age Geeks. Joe, do you want to tell people where they can find you, what to follow, and what's coming up on New Age Geeks?
You can find me here. You can follow me here, or also sometimes New Age Cosplay. Tomorrow I'm interviewing Meloette from the Storyteller Squad. They are also a Crit Award nominee, so spreading the love around. So tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, whatever that translates to the rest of the country. That's all I got.
And New Age Geeks is a Crit Award nominee.
Oh yeah, that too.
You know, no big deal. No big deal. And then we have Jem with us as well. Jem, do you want to tell people where they can find you? I'm sorry that you're
Sure.
not the beard of New Age Geeks.
um,
The much better
I'm
face
Jem.
of New Age Geeks.
You can find me everywhere at Jemboree or on Instagram at Jemaginative. I'm always on this channel every Monday night, pretty much, with Forging Fates or Goodberry Cafe, which is currently on hiatus for the summer. And you can also catch me on Castleton, which is a current mega event that's happening right now. We're about to have our 6th episode this Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific. It is an event with over 100 creators, Hunger Games slash Bridgerton. Sorry, my brain part. Hunger Games slash Bridgerton mashup. It's really wild. It's date week, and I just had a really insane recording session. We could half of all proceeds you can donate to help your favorite character, and half of all proceeds go to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. And so my character's name is Nayali. If you feel inclined to donate, she could use all the help you can get.
And where can we watch this?
I can link the website where you can track everyone's influence and bonus and magic items and all of the cast in the chat. And then you can watch it on the Winter's Tales Co. Twitch channel or YouTube.
Perfect. It's very exciting. I hope you don't die. You know, I feel
it's very dangerous.
Yeah. I feel in general like I just, I hope you don't die is good, good thing to say to most people. Try not to die. And then we have Mr. Kapow. Mr. Kapow, please tell people where they can find you and what you got coming up.
Well, as always, I am Michael Pow, aka Mr. Kapow, and you can find me all over the internet on my social medias, which is usually at Mr. Kapow. That's MrKapao, or my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Michael Pow Does Stuff, because I do a lot of stuff, like my TTRPG YouTube channel, Fantastic Tales of Adventure. Let's see, right now, stuff that I got going on. Let's see here. Well, this show, Spellshots, Mondays, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays. And let's see here. Every Thursdays, I'm on the Toyzilla live show where me and my co-host David talk about upcoming toys and collectibles, which is kind of a big thing right now, especially with Anime Expo and Comic-Con right around the corner. So lots of new toys dropping every week. And every other Friday, I'm on the Johannanon channel playing Fallout, the TTRPG, where I play a malfunctioning Mr. Handy who thinks they are a game show host. And in our last game, I think we just got TPK'd. So let's see if we actually survive or not.
I'm so jealous. I wanted to TPK somebody on a live stream. Maybe we'll do it tonight.
Oh no! But
No.
like I said, I don't know how we would survive. Literally, we just set off a nuclear blast, which was like 5 feet in front of us. So I'm not sure
Lots of
how we would
things
survive.
survive nuclear blasts
Yeah,
all the time.
I'm hoping there's like a fridge nearby or something.
Well, good luck to you and your Mr. Handy.
Mm-hmm.
And I, again, am your host and DM, JeromyTV. You can follow me on Twitch. Machina, thank you for the follow. Guess that just popped up. I have this show that I do along with my own normal Twitch. I will probably be playing some of the new Elden Ring, some of the new Final Fantasy expansion, maybe some of the new Destiny expansion. Too many games came out at once, and I'm complaining about it. I also may be taking a little hiatus because I just rescued a small animal that needs more attention because she has a little bit of health problems. So I'll be taking care of her. But if you want to follow me on social media, Instagram especially is just JeromyTV, Jeromy with an O TV. I will be at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm going to be on 4 different panels. I am hosting one and a panelist on 3. One of them is TTRPG related, but I cannot talk about it yet because there's a rule with San Diego Comic-Con is if you're on a panel, you're not allowed to announce your panel until after the con itself announces it. So please follow me on social so you can see those announcements when I am safely allowed to announce them. But I will be at San Diego Comic-Con and a few other conventions coming up. But again, Machina, thank you for the follow. So tonight's episode is going to be a little bit different than what we normally do. Normally on this show, we tend to do a little bit of theater of the mind, and then we do a lot of Roll20 maps. Tonight, we will be doing a bit of the opposite. We will be leaning a little bit more into the RP aspect of this episode, and we will be doing a little bit more theater of the mind. And we will have some maps and some combat, but I just wanted to let everybody know because this is a little bit different than our normal format. That's how this episode is going to break down. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything? I haven't had enough Red Bull, so if I miss something, please poke me. Without further ado, let's get into the recap. On our last episode, a few weeks back, we got a little lost in the woods. When we were lost in the woods, we found a little bat friend, and thanks to our guest, Mikey Fatum, we were able to get out of the woods and face and fight a Hydra, which you guys destroyed. To your credit, absolutely destroyed her, but that Hydra was no normal Hydra. That was Deidre the 14th, who is one of the ranking members in the cult of Endless Night. The cult that has been giving you guys constant trouble since you started. They seem to be around whenever something is happening that is nefarious or involves a dark crystal or any of these things. They overall kind of suck. And you beat her. You also acquired her diary, or her journal, or her book, her tome, that was actually carved with her number on it. That tome was magically sealed, and to unseal it, you have taken it to your good friend Larry and Dr. Professor Cornelius to sort of unlock and decipher. Unfortunately, there has not been much headway in that department. to figure out exactly what the cult is up to and how it pertains to the High King himself. And that's kind of where we left off. You guys were traveling back on your way through Bass City, back to Glassagian, and finally back home to the comfort of the Adventurers Guild and Academy. Once there, you have had a bit of a respite. About 2 weeks or so has passed, still with no information on the book, no new leads to follow, and the situation in Kaiser and in the city itself does seem rather gloom and doom and dire. Key.
I just want to say I'm kind of envisioning Deirdre's diary, kind of like the journals from Gravity Falls. I just want to put that out.
It is a very much like one of those books with like a lock, and then there's a big symbol in the center, and then there was the claw mark where she carved another symbol into it in Draconic, which the bat kindly translated to you to say that it just said the same thing. But they're currently working on getting that book open and find out exactly what is happening and deciding what your next steps are. So because we're still waiting for them to figure it out, I figured tonight we would do something a little different. Mira and Key specifically, you have received an invitation to celebrate the birthday of the Guildmaster in Corazon on the Crescent Isles. Gura, you have received an invitation, but not exactly an invitation for you. You will be going in somebody's stead. Larry has been invited, but since Larry got shot the last time he left his office, he does not want to attend. So in good faith and favor, he's going to be sending you. Before you all head out, you do meet Larry, not in his office, but outside the doors of Granny Gray's office, where Larry has details for you. Each of you approach, and you do know, going into this, that you have been invited to a party by the Guildmaster in Coruscant. And I don't think any of you really met the Guildmaster yet. You know of her, and you know some information, but you haven't met her. So it is a little odd to be personally invited. As you approach, would anybody like to, or in preparation for the party, does anybody want to do anything? Mira.
Mira will want to buy a dress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
it's probably limited because we're chaps or whatnot.
well,
but
you are limited to Glassagian. You've had about 2 weeks. The invitation is not sudden, so you've had a little bit of time. If you wanted to go get a dress from another country, you could. For your options, you have Rosh Qatar, you have the Crescent Isles, which is where the party is being held, and you have Biale. The Crescent Isles themselves tend to be more tropical and more Pacific Island style in their dress, and look. They also have a sort of pirate culture about them. So some of those more piratey Victorian dresses was what you would find there. I'm like, let's talk dresses, girl. In Rosh Qatar, you will find more, uh, I would say maybe West Asian, Mongolian, Russian, uh, specific styles of dress and more tribal, traditional styles of dress, as the Qatar era is, uh, or sorry, Rosh Qatar tends to be either a really cold climate, but also one very steeped in the traditions of the tribes that lived there. Um, and then you have BLA, which is very probably Eastern Asian, more Chinese, Japanese, Taiwanese style dresses, and very distinct looks there. Um, those would be your best options to go and
Could
pick out a dress.
could I get a very basic dress from Glassagian and then alter it myself?
You could. You'd
Or
have
can I
to.
just make something myself?
Sure.
I've
You're
got
going
2 weeks, right? I can definitely make a dress in 2 weeks.
you're gonna have to roll for that dress.
Sure.
So this is up to you.
Yeah.
So let's say you do, through the academy and through some of the secret suppliers that we have coming in, you do, and you know who else would help you here? I think Axel would be super down to help you. Axel, the bartender, would be like, "I got you, baby girl. Let's go." Um, he's been helping get a lot of supplies into the academy, so he would do it for you as a favor.
Mhm.
I need you to roll first a d20, just a straight. Let's see what sort of dress option you have to work with, and then let's see how we can improve it. All right.
5.
You get the most plain, simple, white dress. Um, that was easy to acquire, and it was very, very cheap in its purchase.
Mhm.
Uh, Now, what would you like to do to improve this dress?
I'm going to dye it red and I'm going to embroider gold thread onto it
Okay.
and sequins.
And sequins. Let's
And I'm
go.
going to cinch it up with a corset to make it cute and into a sundress.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go. I need you to roll. What sort of roll would that be? Because you don't have tools.
Mm.
I want to say you can give me either performance, survival. Oh, look, I'm giving you options.
Yeah. It's just survival to make a dress is funny.
Well, you do have a disguise kit, actually.
Yeah.
So, and forgery kits for paper. You can use your disguise kit,
Mhm.
or you can try performance. Uh, I will give you advantage on this because I love it. And you're used to working with scissors and hair, so it's not like a stretch for you. Um, but yeah, let's see how your dress turns out.
22.
All right. 22. Go ahead and give me the roll for the forgery kit too. I just want to see what it rolls.
How do I do that?
You should be able, not the forgery kit, the other kit. You
Disguise
should be
kit?
able to just click on it, and it should
No.
pop up with a public roll option.
Nope. Or is it because is my thing?
You got to click on the name of it.
No, it goes to editing it.
Well, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. This kid, you, charisma. Okay. I got it to do it, so we'll go 12 plus 22. All right. Absolute success. You managed to design basically the red and gold dress of your dreams. And you're feeling pretty good about this dress. And the response as you walk through the hallways wearing it tells you you have succeeded.
Nice.
All right. Key, is there anything you want to do to prep for the party?
Yeah. Actually, has Deidre's diary been translated yet?
Nope.
Okay.
It is still impossible to open.
Okay. And it's magically locked, right? Not like sciencey locked, or
It does appear to be magically locked.
okay.
And the guild's best people are working on it,
Okay.
who specialize in this sort of thing.
All right. I'm going to say is actually continuing to been experimenting with that branch that he got, that tree thing, the branch that he got that they found in that one dungeon a while back. A little bit more.
That one is also in the hands of experts, if I
Okay.
remember correctly.
Never mind. Everything's getting taken from Key.
Well, you did try to burn down the school, so I don't
once,
know.
once, just
You-
once.
You burned down a library and you're marked for life.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, that sticks with you, apparently.
It's prejudice.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Do
say,
they want to do anything for the party specifically? Have they ever been to a birthday party?
I think they've been to a birthday party, but not to like a fancy birthday party. So this is kind of out of their element. So I'm gonna say what Key does is they're probably gonna get help either from Axel or Granny Gray by going through the guild's lost and found.
You can't go to Granny Gray.
Okay.
She's unreachable, but I'll give you Axel. He loves he I don't know why, but he likes you guys.
Okay. So it's probably
Mhm.
he's probably going through like there has to be like a lost and found.
So Axel comes up. Hey, Key, what do you want? What do you want specifically?
He's basically kind of rummaging through. I'm gonna guess like a big barrel or a box of like stuff that's in the lost and found, and
Yeah.
their head goes up and they have like a boot on their head, a big, like, I want to say a God, what are those elephant guys called? I'm blanking.
Loxodon.
Boot on their head, and goes, well, I've never been to like a really fancy party, but do you think there's gonna be cake and maybe some ice cream too?
I mean, yeah, there's probably food. You're going. Oh, you must be going to the same party as Mira.
Yeah.
So what do you want? Do you want to look good? You trying to bring a gift? What are you trying to do here?
Well, I'm looking for something nice. And they kind of plunge, their upper torso back into the barrel, and kind of was out. They have like a Viking helmet on and kind of a tie kind of tied around the middle of their face, kind of like this.
Like again, Key, do you want a gift or do you want to look good?
Well, no, I'm trying to find something to wear. I don't really have anything
Okay,
like super fancy or anything like that.
Key, let me tell you. He, her, they, them, everybody looks good in a bow tie.
Oh, okay, okay. And
He kind of points to his tiny Axel being the big, large minotaur with torn sleeves that he is, points to his tiny little bow tie and suspenders.
oh,
Everybody looks good in a bow tie.
oh, okay. And he once again dives back into the barrel, and this time when they come out, they have a bow tie on too, but this one is like comically huge, like a clown bow tie. That's like blue and orange polka dots.
Axel kind of stops and he goes, "No, Key, I love you. I'm not letting you walk out like this." And he goes to a little drawer at the bar and he slides it open. And when he slides it open, you see rows of tiny little bow ties in different colors, shades. And he looks and he goes, da, 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 da. Okay. And he pulls out a little red and gold bow tie. And he goes, this one, this is the one.
Oh, okay. He kind of puts it on.
You can keep the other one too, and you could keep the boot and the hat.
Okay, okay. So he kind of puts it on. He keeps having the Viking helmet on. Is wearing this one comically huge boot. So how do I look?
Mm, I would lose everything but bow ties.
Oh, okay. So now Key's wearing nothing but a bow tie.
All right,
Like literally nothing but a bow tie.
perfect. Are you storing the rest of your gear inside of you like normal?
Yeah, sure.
You don't have to. If you want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
leave your
no,
gear
no, no.
behind, you
It
can
is, it
leave your
is.
gear behind.
Key's going to do that. But you know what? Could he be wearing the bow tie now? The other bow tie, the huge bow tie now is wearing. They're wearing it kind of like a sash.
So Axel realizes that you really like the big comically bow tie, and he goes, "All right, this is what I'm gonna do." And he kind of calls over Alistair. When Alistair comes over to "Oh, my dear, what can I help you with?" Um, very nice tie.
I got
Al-
two.
Alistair, can you make this tie look like that tie? And he goes, well, sure, for my good friend Key, anything. And he makes an illusion around the giant tie to make it red and gold. So now you have a giant red and gold tie. And they take back the smaller tie. So now you get to wear your big comically red and gold
Yay!
tie. But it's not clown colors. So they
Mm.
managed to make you look good with compromise. All right. Gura, you know that you are going there as a representative of both the guild and tribes. Is there anything you want to do to prep?
So I already have fine clothes as part of my kit. Do I need to get?
Mhm.
That should be good, right? Just
That
describe
should
that.
be,
Okay.
yeah. This
Do
is
you,
not outside of your normal diplomatic duties.
right.
So,
Do you want me to describe them now, or wait till we get to this party?
uh, yeah. As you walk up to Larry, go ahead and describe what you're wearing and look like, since we
Okay.
all kind
So
of got dressed together.
he's wearing this like high collared, dark black, uh, tight buttoned jacket, and there's like these gold brooches that come across. You said the Marketh was typically uh, traditional Russian dress?
Yeah,
Okay.
in Rashkatar,
Rush
for a Goliath specifically, you would have more, think sort of kind of tribalistic,
Mhm.
Mongolian, some traditional Russian in there too, but
Okay.
some furs and
Yeah.
stuff like that. You
We're
typically,
getting there.
okay.
So he's got the gold like ropes almost hanging between, like keeping it buttoned, but there is buttons underneath to actually keep it shut. They're just more decorative buttons that come down and connect each other. On the right, on his right arm, the sleeve only comes to about halfway down, and it's just his exposed forearm. And then he wears his signet ring on his right hand, but he has it twisted so the actual like symbols on the inside of his palm, so no one can see it. On his left arm, there's this large pelt, probably of like a wolf, that kind of drapes over his shoulder and connects to one of the buttons on the mid of his body, and then drapes over his back. His right arm, the sleeve comes down about halfway to 3/4, and then there's this long black leather glove that you can see is fur lined as well, that is pulled up and meets where the sleeve is. His pants, probably a dark, like almost imperial blue, with these light brown boots that kind of come up to knee height. And also on his right shoulder, he wears a bit of his armor that he wears traditionally that covers just the right shoulder, with his sword kind of tucked into this more ceremonial type scabbard at his waist.
Got it. Very sharp, very dapper. Good call on the sword. You probably won't need it. I mean, but we'll see. So everybody is dressed, ready to go. You're meeting Larry to be sent off to the party. You each walk up, and Larry is kind of just, pacing back and forth as you approach. And he looks up at you and he goes, "God, you kids look good. I'm just, sometimes you clean up nice. Even Key. Looking good, guys. First off, I want to say I don't like parties, so there was no way I was going to this, but I appreciate you guys going on, our behalf. Um, you were personally invited, so that's gonna be nice. The guild master there is a little different than what you'd expect, um, but should be overall a good party. Do you guys need anything? Have any questions before you head out to go? You know, rest and relax. And let me say, you kids, you earned it. You earned a little bit of break from all of this.
I hope they have cake, ice cream, and sardines.
Okay, I yes, I hope they do too. And chocolate fountain rainbows that shoot shit. I don't know.
Is there anyone of import at this meeting that we should be aware of?
I mean, there's gonna be a lot of important people there. There's probably gonna be the other guild masters. A few of them are probably gonna show up. Those who aren't working right now. Um, the Genasi tribal leaders tend to attend this. Uh, they will be there, and the representatives of the heads of the pirate families will also be in attendance. So a lot of movers and shakers within the Crescent Isles.
They're going to be casting earth spells?
I don't think so. There will be Earth Genasi though. So you know how they party. And he just kind of like, how they party to Key, you know.
Do you know Key?
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, so you guys go, you relax, you have a good time. We are sending, you know, a gift for those who couldn't make it. Um, and if you were wondering as to the reason you were personally invited, I'm told that it has something to do with the work you did freeing those slaves on that ship. Um, your request came through um, Captain Solo, actually, um, who you may remember as the big scary werewolf man.
Gotcha.
He personally put in the good word, and I think that's what led to this personal request. But either way, you know, go have a good time, schmooze, be, you know, don't drink too much, be safe. I don't care, but you know, whatever, be safe. Any questions, comments, concerns, compliments before you get the hell out of my face? So I get
All
back to
good.
work. You lucky ducks going to a party while I work. All right, so with that, you guys head towards the teleporter pad. You will be taking the pad directly to Corazon. For those who need a little bit of background and information, Corazon is the capital of the Crescent Isles. It is also where you once took dock after the slave ship incident, and it is home of the only Adventurers Guild in the Crescent Isles. And if you want more than that, you can do a history check or an information check.
I was gonna say, has any of us ever been there before?
I know for sure Key and Mira have when they did the ship thing. You may have gone there at one point, but I don't think you have any established relationships there. All right, what did we get? A 22 on history and an 8. These are very different rolls. So for Gura, is there a specific thing about the islands or the people there that you want to know?
Um, Mostly my concern would be as uh ancestral enemies that people from my home would have had with this place.
So the native people of the islands and uh, what is also considered the first tribes of the islands are the Genasi. The Genasi split up the island into four, or had split up the island into four territories. This was divided between Earth Genasi, Fire Genasi, Air Genasi, and Water Genasi. Since a few years ago, the Air Genasi lost their territory. That territory is the northern part of the island that is now surrounded in dense fog, and people who go into that fog never return. Sort of like a Bermuda Triangle situation, but more violent and scary, and very real because it's been tested over and over again by stupid people. Um, the Genasi do not have any particular grudge with anyone, um, especially the Goliath. Uh, at one point, your two tribes may have traded, but the distance between Rosh Qatar and the Crescent Isles is so great, and the Genasi tend to not be too fond of leaving their island if they don't, or leaving the islands if they don't have to.
Okay.
Um, so no, definitely no beef between your tribe and theirs. Um, but they do have a particular way about the island, and they are very particular about certain parts of the island can only be uh, walked by Genasi people. So that's an important distinction that you would know from your history and your study of the tribes and your work as a go-between for some of the first tribes. A lot of what you have done so far has been with the halflings, and obviously your own people. The tribes that are in Biale and the tribes that are on the Crescent Isles, a little bit more foreign to you, but you've definitely been on ships with Genasi. You've definitely, worked with them. So you are kind of familiar with their people and a little bit of their culture.
Okay.
Key. You remember that this is the island where last time you were here, Mira got really, really sick and passed out. Mira, for context, that was the time you tried to look into somebody's spell book or something, and you looked in and you had something look back at you and you got knocked out. Oh no, what it was our guest at the time tried to commune with their patron, and you, because of a psychic link, accidentally communed with their patron too and got knocked out. So that's what happened last time you were on this island. Key.
Knowing this, could Key ahead of time, using their alchemist supplies, make some smelling salts?
Sure, roll for it.
All right.
Mira has a history of killing things with scales and passing out at parties, so maybe smelling salts are not the best, not the worst idea.
17?
Yeah, you make some smelling salts.
Yeah.
I won't tell you what they smell like, but you made some.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, before we go on this trip, whatever, he's going to making one of their experimental elixirs as an alchemist, and I guess with their alchemy jar, make some mayo.
Got it. A good gift for any party. Mayonnaise.
Honestly,
right.
mayonnaise in fantasy settings, if you read enough isekai comics, is like amazing.
So you guys head to the teleporter pad, and actually I'm going to give you one more bonus. And because Joe's role was so good, in my world, or in the world of Kaiser and the New World in general, you are aware that there are certain gods that represent different things. In this world's mythology and tradition, there is a god called Yujo, who is the god of birthdays, and is known as the bringer of gifts for life. So birthdays in this realm tend to be kind of a bigger celebration of the person and their life, and it's sort of a bit of importance around the world. So birthdays tend to be, for individuals, a larger celebration than we may think in our world. It is essentially that person's Christmas for each individual. And this is kind of true globally. In that tradition, what this god does is he tends to bring a gift and drop it off, like very much like Santa Claus, because I don't know a better way to give this example. Secretly and mysteriously, will drop off a gift sometimes. Now, much like Santa Claus, and this is a bit of a spoiler for some people, usually it's somebody's parents or a dear friend putting a gift and putting Yujo's name on it. That is not uncommon. But there are those who firmly and faithfully worship and believe in this god and believe that they truly do bring some people gifts. So that's an important note to know culturally going into this experience. Key.
So basically, the Hogfather from this world.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I rolled a 1, which is I have a healing elixir now.
All right, that might come in handy. You can mix it with the smelling salts, see what happens.
Yeah.
Hangover cure for Mira.
Oh, oh.
All right, so with that, you are each on your way. You go through the typical TSA experience of the teleporter pad. You do notice it is very, very strict, and you did hear that a few weeks ago the lines to get into and use the teleporter pad were tremendously long, hours and hours of waiting just to get use of the teleporter pad. But when you guys go in, there tends to be nobody there. Most adventurers have kind of packed it up and moved on to areas where they can take adventuring jobs and pursue the careers and reasons they became adventurers. Because right now in Kaiser, it is difficult, nigh impossible to do it without being harassed. So one by one, each of you make your way through and you step onto the teleporter pad. As we always do with the teleporter pad, and we haven't done this in a while, I need everybody to roll a d20, including the DM.
Getting rid of those low rows, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a 9, 11, 10, and Mira with an 8, and Gura with a 9. So we have 8, 9, 10, 11, and 2 9s. Remind me again, who at the table has a green bag of holding? Okay. Gura, as you're going through the teleporter pad, and you've been on this pad many times, you're not fazed by it. You've never had a weird experience. You've heard people complain about it. You've heard people saying they need mint to get on the teleporter pad. But you yourself, you're a strong Goliath. You've never had any issues with this pad. So there's a little bit of shock, or there's a little bit of surprise as there's a moment of delay when you're teleporting. And all of you hear this. You hear, well, have fun at the party. And when you hear that, Gur, you feel something slap against your face. Like somebody threw something at you. And when you land, when you rephase back in Coruscant, in the Adventurers Guild, you have a green bag of holding attached to your waist.
Is this one of yours?
So each of you would recognize this as the green bag of holding you received from the crazy. Was it an old man or an old lady at the time that you guys met this person? The crazy old person at the dock who gave you the green bag of holding with a M on it. It is smaller than a normal bag of holding. It is distinctly green and leather. The pattern is almost scaled or feathered. But it works and functions like any other bag of holding, as far as everybody knows. For Key and Mira, who this is not their first bag of holding, you notice in your inventory that you've received another one of those weird green potions that is green and gold and swirls, and you're not quite sure what it does. But every time somebody's drank one, something weird has happened. So if you already have one in your inventory, please add another. If you don't have one in your inventory, please add a mysterious green potion to your inventory.
Is there anything in my bag of holding now?
There is
Dump
whatever
it
you
out.
want to. Do you want to dump it out?
I'm going to turn it inside out to see if there's anything in it.
All right, let's get you off the teleporter pad first.
Okay.
No, I think I still have mine, and got another one of these. And it's holding up the mysterious green potion.
So each of you come off the teleporter pad. You notice that this, in Corazon, there is a difference in temperature. There's a humidity change. The room is also much more filled with people. The guards seem more active and busy and intense, and they quickly shuffle you off and out of the line room into the bar. Now that you are in the bar, you want to turn your bag of holding inside out.
Yep.
Okay.
See what's in this thing.
I'm just gonna Google a rule real fast.
And this is how we TPK'd.
Yep. Okay, so now I know the official rule on what happens when you turn a bag of holding inside out, because I've been doing this for a while and you were the first player ever to go, "Hey, I'm going to turn my bag of holding inside out." When you turn the bag of holding inside out, roll a d20 for me.
Okay.
16. Let me get my big book of things. I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw. I'm Joe. I'm going to turn a bag of holding inside out. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, good. You're going to have a weird night.
Yeah.
All right. So, Joe, Mister, I'm going to turn a bag of holding inside out. You do make your Constitution save, which is good. Because you were about to have an experience, but you still are. Joe, when you turn the bag of holding inside out, you feel something sort of grab you and laugh, and you feel like, oh, I just licked a gift horse in the mouth, and I shouldn't have done that. But you also feel something strange. Your head gets warm.
Mm-hmm.
It gets hot, especially around two spots here, and then almost instantly and miraculously, two horns, similar to ram horns, come out of your head on the sides and then wrap down.
Interesting.
You now have ram horns, and you can use an action to use them as an attack. So you can headbutt people with your ram horns.
Okay.
When you for your Constitution save, just so you're aware, you felt like your skin begin to crawl and peel, and almost like you were shrinking, but it stopped.
Okay.
You were able to fight off whatever that was.
Mm.
But please enjoy your new horns.
He is going to look up at you and go, "Oh wow, where did he get those?"
This way you don't ever trust a bag that magically appears.
But other than that, there is nothing in the bag.
Okay.
When that happened, you did feel like something had fallen out, but you didn't see anything.
Okay.
So yeah, that was a fun experience. And that is a permanent change to your character,
Okay.
by the way. So you are now a Goliath with horns
Interesting.
that can headbutt people. Anybody else want to turn their bag of holding inside out? Are we good?
I think I'm good for now. Maybe later.
Maybe later. All right. So, you guys are in the bar at Corazon. This is not where the party is happening. The party is happening at a mansion that is it's sort of a mansion owned by the Genasi tribes. That is where the party itself is being held. So you will need to leave the bar and head up to that location. Is there anything anybody wants to do during that?
Is this? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I will go up to Mira at some point before we get started, before we get ready to leave, and I'll just kind of pull out this set of platinum rings from my bag. I venture to say that this party is always a little bit more suspicious than things considered. I mean, Larry was attacked at the last time he was invited out, so I'm gonna hold out one of the rings to you. If things go sideways, this will help. Just gonna slip the ring on one of the ring on my finger.
What does the ring do? Dun dun dun.
It's just a
Mira is confused. Yeah.
it's I'm not proposing, I swear, Lady Mira. If
Thanks.
things go sideways, this will help. I can use this as a focus on you to make you a little bit harder to hit, and you are the squishy wizard of the group, are you not? Should I give that to Key?
Sorceress, but I'm just making sure there's no implications with this ring.
Trust me, you're a little too small for I think that to work.
Does Key get a ring?
Does
Key,
have
how do you
fingers?
respond to this?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, he's like, oh, okay. So you're not getting married, but you're gonna be getting engaged, right? That's the
No.
process, right?
No.
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 And in the background you hear you didn't really notice him standing there. But sorry. Let me make sure I have this right. In the background you kind of hear standing there hearing this whole conversation, you realize that Alistair is there. And he just goes,
Fucking hell.
"Oh, thank God." as the words "No, it doesn't mean we're engaged" happens. He goes, "Oh, thank God." Also, hello, dears. You are quite late. What happened? And he begins to explain that you stepped on the teleporter pad, but you came in almost an hour later than you were said to have left, because he actually left on his teleporter pad after you.
Not sure, but well, horns and green goo, and he just holds up the mysterious potion as if that explains everything.
Alistair kind of looks at the horns and he goes, well, that is certainly a daring accessory for tonight's party. And he kind of just touches his own horns a little bit. But I prefer more traditional style. Shall we away to the party?
Away.
I forgot to ask this from the beginning of the game, but has Key repaired their homunculus from the last adventure yet?
Bob,
Yeah.
I want to say no.
Oh.
But a party's not really a setting for Bob anyway.
Well, I could use Bob for all sorts of shenanigans.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying no.
Oh.
I don't need an international incident.
Well,
you burned down a library once.
That thing that should not follow you that long, okay?
Marked for life. But I'm going to say no. It hasn't been a priority for you. You've had so much going on. And it was one of those things you felt like you could do at any time, but you kept putting it off.
Okay.
And also, Key did have some time of rediscovering themselves as they redistributed some character points.
Oh, okay. For a second, I was like, did Key go through puberty?
No. Also, fun note, Key has never had a birthday because we don't know when Key was born.
I always thought it was like the day that Locke found them. That was their birthday.
Yeah, and you guys do celebrate that, but that day changes almost every year because Locke drinks a lot. And he doesn't remember exactly what day that was. But he does celebrate it with you.
Gotcha.
He just isn't certain about the exact date.
Gotcha.
So you guys, with Alistair leading the way, begin to make your way to the party. Everybody roll a perception check for me.
Oh, finally got a good roll.
Let's go. Perception, the most important one. All right, we got a 20, a 5, and an 18. As you all make your way through the city, you notice that it seems like everybody is celebrating. There is like people nicely dressed, there's people in the streets drinking, there's food, smell of food in the air. The island itself seems happier. Even as you go through the bar, you notice the bar is full to the brim. There's not even sitting room in this bar at the Adventurers Guild. There are adventurers standing with their drinks and their food, and people waiting outside to get in. It is festive. It is happy. It is busy and a little bit more crowded than you remember the last time you were in town. And the variety of people is a little bit more than what it was the last time you were here. It is the beginnings of sunset as you make your way through the city. Another thing of note is you notice that there are more genasi around in attendance, but there are distinctly people that you would consider pioneers of the sea, um, for lack of a better term, pirates, uh, seem to be very in attendance in the area as you make your way up the hill. This city itself is very beautiful. You would think a city similar to one in Greece, on the beaches, maybe Ithaca, um, in design, and that cool ocean breeze is just hitting you as the sun begins to set. Is there anything you guys want to do on your way? Um, with your perception, you notice nothing seems out of place other than there are clearly more pirates than normal. Um, and there are clearly more genasi than normal.
As we're walking down the street and passing the pirates, I'm just gonna look at Mira, tap the platinum ring that he's wearing.
I love how Mira still doesn't know what that means. uh, Key.
Would pirates be considered thieves in the case of thieves can't?
Yes. And you do see some of them using thieves can't. Um, not to say all pirates are thieves. They're certainly very upstanding gentlemen. Um, but yes, most pirates do use thieves can't.
Okay. He's gonna kind of zero in on the thieves can't that's being flashed about. Just trying to picking up on anything that seems kind of
So
out of place ish.
through your translation of thieves can't, you realize that most of the ones that are using thieves can't are using it to insult one another while being cordial, in their conversation. They'll say things like, "Oh, well, it's good to see you here, and it's I'm so happy for you and your family." But they're like, "Fuck you, I hate you and your whole crew. Um, can't believe we have to be here at the same time." You get the gist that the pirates that aren't in the same groups, don't like the pirates in the other groups, but they're all
Gotcha.
tolerating each other,
So they're just shit
um,
talking.
while talking shit via thieves
Yeah.
can't.
Okay.
Because if anybody heard them say these things,
Gotcha.
people would be like
Gotcha.
concerned. But they seem to
Gotcha.
be very jovial, very friendly. But in the thieves can't, it's like eat shit and die.
I'm considering that this is very normal for Key, who was basically raised in kind of a thieving environment,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
right?
This is
This is yeah,
you talk shit to your rivals. It's part
yeah,
of
yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
fun of it,
Yeah.
really.
Do we see the guild leader?
You do not.
Okay.
And again, you've never met the guild leader.
Okay. What about
Um,
a
so you don't
buffet?
really know anything about them. Huh?
What about a buffet? Usually these parties they have like a buffet.
Well, you're not quite at the party yet. You're
Oh,
still
okay.
going through the city.
Gotcha. All right.
Anybody want to do anything else as we make our way to the party?
I'll say Guru at some point is like gonna pop over to one of the many places serving alcohol at this point and just grab 3 large pitchers for everyone. Just kind of bring them over and pass them to the people. Just to kind of give a little blend in as we move into the city.
No picture for Alistair?
Oh, yeah, Alistair too. Is
I
Key
can't
old
buy
enough to
picture.
drink?
Key
You
is
don't
Key.
know? Yeah, Key is Key.
I want to like
Are
tentatively
you a
hold a
cop?
pitcher out.
Are you a cop? Hold on.
Tentatively
Wow.
hold it out to Key. Like, is this? Can you do this or?
Okay.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
So with your pictures and you festively walk through, you jovial. Again, nothing seems really out of miss. Everything, even with these really high perceptions, the worst you could see is some shit talking in thieves
Okay.
camp and some pirates being pirates. Um,
Could Key like probably pass a stall that's selling empty glass vials or bottles or something?
that's a very specific request, so probably not.
Oh, I just want to buy some
if,
empty
if
bottles.
if there's a shop open tonight, it's only serving alcohol and food.
Gotcha.
As it is
Oh.
a celebration on the island.
How about this? Could he pick up some empty bottles?
What was your perception?
20.
God, I just want to say I love you so much, so intensely. Give me a sleight of hand.
Here. 20.
I hate you so much. You managed to pick up 10 empty bottles on your way to
Yeah.
this party. Picking up people's trash. And you know what? Key, one of the water genasi, who is clearly a guard in the city, notices you doing this. And he comes up and he's like, excuse me, my friends, before you go further, just a quick question. Your compatriot, I notice they are picking up bottles. Are they with you?
He's gonna look up and kind of pulls out that infamous pink note and goes, hello, water genasi, guard type person. My name is Key, D-grade artificer, wealth redistribution specialist, and silver
Gura's
grade
just gonna grab Key's face. Is there a problem?
No, and in fact, quite the opposite. We, the people of the island are very proud of our island, and since more people are visiting, there tends to be more litter. So it is very noble of your Key to pick up after these visitors. And I would like to give them a reward.
Remove the hand from Key's face.
And then he just keep going on. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we get along. If lost, please return to Master Lock in Juar Inn at 827 South Sampa Way by the kebab stand. Turn left at the second date tree, and if you see the tea shop, you've gone too far. Yeah.
And Key, you notice this genasi, even kind of large in stature, even compared to Gura, who is a Goliath, has sort of a liquidy hair down his face with almost a beard made of slime and liquid. And he leans down to you and he really looks at you. And you realize that this is, outside of the people who know you, this is the most that a stranger has just looked directly at you. And he goes, your body is of the sea. I appreciate this. I would like to offer you one of our badges.
Okay.
It is no official holding, but it does recognize you as a friend.
Oh, wow, neat.
Of the Aqualale, which, as you may know, is the water genasi. So, and he gives you like sort of a necklace, and that necklace has a symbol on it. It also has some magical properties that may help you in your time of need.
Thank you so much. And he just kind of reaches up and gives them a hug and goes, friends, hug.
And it, without any hesitation, he hugs you back and gives you a firm, like, hug. Thank you, friend Key.
You're welcome, friend. What's your name?
My name is Minari. I am the captain of the Coruscant Guard.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Minari of the Coruscant Guard. I'm gonna ask you later to if you could actually type that out in the chat thing.
Yes.
Here.
And he says, I must get back to my duties, but if you are heading to the party, please enjoy yourself.
Will do. And he just gives us like a big thumbs up.
And as you guys, as he stands up and walks away, you notice that everyone around you had stopped and was looking at this whole scene and just sort of just in reverence almost as he walks by. Yeah, so good job, Key, with your 220s in a row and your I hate you. Enjoy your special necklace. That necklace will be important later.
Cool.
Do put it in your inventory, and occasionally remind me you have it at some point.
What's it called? So I know.
Let's call it the necklace of the water genasi.
Okay.
Because that's too much for me to spell.
Gotcha.
So you guys do make it to the party. Alistair explains who you are, gives a very persuasive argument for how important everyone here is. And let's see how Alistair does with his persuasion. He says, you must not know these are heroes. These are great adventurers of this land and truly revered. Special guests requested by name for the guildmaster themselves. And with his 18 and 21, I'm going to say he manages to persuade them that each of you are very important. And they begin to announce you as you come through. Alistair goes first, and you see the announcer whisper to Alistair, how would you like to be announced? And he tells him, and then the announcer goes, now presenting now presenting Lord Alistair Chanston, heir to the Chanston family, tiefling noble and adventurer, and hero of Glass Aegean. And you see him kind of go a little hesitant on that last part, but he throws it in there. And then people clap and Alistair walks down. Key, you step up next. And the guy's like, how would you like to be announced?
Here. He actually hands them the note.
I hate you so much. Now presenting Lord Key.
Here, I'm gonna
Genasi, no, you're now presenting Lord Key, blank type person. No. If lost, found, please return to Juoren. And he goes through the whole thing, and he hands you the note back, very confused. Nobody, like one person claps.
He does that.
Two people clap. One of them is Alistair.
He does that. You know
Very
that
supportive.
meme. You know that meme from Forrest Gump, where Forrest Gump is like waving on the boat. That's what Key does.
Nice. So you walk down, and next, Gura. How would you like to be announced, sir?
I'll give him my whole like official list of titles, like the actual real ones, not the ones that I'm hiding, not the ones I used to hide.
Oh, okay. Now announcing Gurakin the Redeemer, of the northern tribes. Sorry, I'm trying to remember all your stuff. First of his kind, first son of of Chief. And he stops and he says, "Are you sure you want me to say that?"
Yep.
Of Chief Thunder Dragon. And as he says that, there's a little pause and hesitation. And then there's a slower clap.
I'm just going to be watching to see if anyone makes any reactions in the crowd.
It's more of a surprised reaction, it seems. Like nobody is angry or upset. But there is, other than Alistair, who is clapping very excitedly for you, it's just sort of a, really? Like, what? Kind of reaction.
Okay. And I'll just turn the signet ring around.
All right. So you step down, and you did have a pretty high persuasion. You do notice that a few of the more important genasi and people have kind of taken note of you in the room, but they don't make any sort of gesture in your direction.
Okay.
Mira, how would you like to be announced?
Yeah. Oh, where my notes go? Mira Visaria, up and coming fashion designer, presenting a dress from her newest collection.
Absolutely. And from where do you hail?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay. And he goes to present. I now present Lady Mira Visaria, fashion designer, hero, and wearing a new dress from her very own line, hailing from It Doesn't Matter. And everybody claps. Nobody more loudly than Alistair.
He
Your
kind of
biggest fan.
he kind of nudges Mira and goes, I thought you were from Bass City. I never heard of It Doesn't Matter before. What's it like there?
Everyone loves a little bit of mystery.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you guys are now officially in the party. With that, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break, let everybody stretch their legs, get some water, go to the bathroom, and then we will come back at 7:50 our time. Till then, be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. While we wait for the rest of our cast to join us, I did have to lose my fur. We are at the tail end of a heat wave here, and I figured we're at a party now. I can relax. I'm going to take it easy. Nothing bad is going to happen. Nothing bad ever happens at a birthday party. While we're here, though, I do want to go ahead and remind you guys, well, first of all, the Crit Awards are coming up. Make sure you tune in for that. We were nominated, the channel was nominated for Best New YouTube. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So make sure you check that out. I think the voting is done.
Nope, it ends on the 7th.
The voting is still open. Please go vote.
Link is
This
in
may
the
be the
chat.
most, when I say this without sarcasm. This may be the most important vote of the year. All right, get out there and vote in the Crit Awards. Yay, topical humor. So yes, please do vote. Again, we're under Best New YouTube Channel. It would mean a lot for us, and we big fans of the Crit Awards and love everything that they do. So make sure you tune in, support. This is the TTRPG space is a small community, and it makes it makes things like this possible by supporting one another. That being said, other things as we get into this party, again, nothing is going to happen. Nothing bad is, planned. We're just hanging out, having a nice party. But if you wanted to, you could donate to give our group some support. This includes a $5 donation to Inspire This gives inspiration to any player, or you could be evil and give inspiration to the DM. We still have a broom of flying or an immovable rod for sale. That is $10 to donate and instantly give any party member one of those items. And again, it won't come up unless, Key or Mira drinks too much. The chat healer, someone of your choice, receives the effects of the potion of healing. And for $15, you can give Lucky, giving anyone one use of the Lucky feat, one of the best feats in Dungeons and Dragons. This is a free reroll at any time of their choosing. And then for $20, and being on my list of people who I say that I hate but secretly love, you can give a gift of the Mallard. The player receives a random gift from the god of luck and chaos. If you were here with us earlier in the episode, you may have seen a taste of that. And I think a certain character who decided he was going to flip his bag of holding inside out is still feeling the effects of that. So if you want to add a little craziness or chaos to the game, you can do that. Previous gifts that have been given out have included a hole that is a cartoon style hole that is a wormhole that goes to basically anywhere or basically nowhere, but can be used and moved around similar to a cartoon hole. There was an imp. I know Maz was in the chat earlier, but Maz received an imp named Terrence who only yelled bad things most of the time. And then I believe we also gave out the Scarf of Animal Changing, and we've given out a few of those mystery potions as well, which are also really fun, as Kadir, who can now turn into a bird, will tell you. But yeah, so those are our donation goals. And welcome back, everybody. I see everybody's here now. Hello. We are going to get back into it. Before we get started, again, we are at a party. This is theater of the mind, whereas typically you would be moving yourselves around the map. In this fashion, I'm going to ask you where you want to go, who you want to talk to, what do you want to do? Do you want to drink? Do you want to eat? Do you want to dance? Do you want to fight somebody? Any of these things available at your discretion. You could basically do whatever you want. The main goals for you attending this party is to, well, obviously you want to meet the host and wish them a happy birthday and thank them for inviting you. But you also represent the guild, who did send a gift along ahead of time. And you do notice that there are a lot of people sort of all very well dressed. If there's anything in specific, like I said, you guys want to do, this is one of those unique situations. Again, you can move around as you wish, do whatever you want, but at a certain point, all of you together need to go and greet the host a little later in the evening. I don't usually try to over-guide my players, but that's the gist of tonight's plans. And anything else you want to do. You want to drink, you want to flirt, you want to dance, you want to eat, you want to eat, drink, dance. I don't know what people do at parties. I'm not very popular, so I'm like Key. I'm like, do they have sardines and ice cream? I'll be there.
Hush, you're popular.
Well, you're too nice.
Um,
So let's start with, or if somebody has something, Guru, you started. I interrupted you.
yeah.
What would you like to do?
As soon as we come in, like, give us a minute to kind of relax, and I'm gonna just give a general scan to see if anyone's still kind of like paying attention to me, because I'm obviously the most important person in my world. If there is, like, if we're still catching glances, I'm going to go up to Mira as we kind of come down now together. Lady Mira, would you be so kind as to take the first dance with me?
She cringes at the lady mirror. Do I know anything about, how he announced his name? Do I know that trigger anything with me? Do I know anything about that like everybody else did?
Well, let's see if you did. Let's do history check.
Okay. Oof, no, I don't.
Is it okay if I piggyback off that roll as well?
If Sure, if that's what your character is currently interested in, yeah, you could totally do a history check too.
Nothing as well, apparently.
The
Nope.
mystery of Gura continues. Yeah, you don't really recognize anything. You do know that through previous experience with Fate Wielder, another Goliath that you have adventured with, that Goliaths tend to have a name that is more of a title, and it is not only a title for them, it is their job, that is their designation, it is their duty to a certain degree. It is their calling. For Fate Wielder, you know that his job was to wield people's fate by healing or hurting them, using his monk style, and that's kind of just the general gist you got of it. But nothing really stands out to you, and you don't really know anything about their culture, but you do know that Thunder Dragon is not a job or a title or well, I mean, I guess it's a title, but it's not really like it's not really like other Goliath names. So that's probably why people were looking weird at it.
What is your character's name? Gura?
Gurakin, technically.
Gura.
Would they know who Gura is?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Gura as a name is kind of common amongst certain peoples, but well, it's not uncommon. I wouldn't say it's super common, but it is the name of a god of war. Specifically, Gura was the headless god of war, and there is debate over whether he was an orc or a human or what actual race he was. But he lost his head in battle and then continued to fight. That is the kind of story of Gura, and it is the level of dedication that most warriors or barbarians, fighters, especially those of like the tribal lands, tend to aim towards. Sorry, just adjusting my camera a little bit. So you know who Gura is, and it may click to you that it's kind of weird that they share a name with a god, but it's not uncommon for people to use that name, especially orcs, all the time.
Then Mira will how about we start with a drink first? I personally need to wash down whatever it is that was in that tankard that you got us before. It was pretty foul. And she'll just turn and walk towards wherever the drinks are, and you can follow who you want.
Okay.
This is your first party with Mira. Mira, it's going for drinks. And probably the high shelf fancy nice drinks too. So you're gonna head towards the bar. Grua, give me a perception check.
Could I also do one, but for a specific thing I'm looking for as I walk to the bar?
Yes, and if you want to keep what that is to yourself, you can send me a message.
I don't have to keep to myself. I'm looking around to see who looks the most rich. Because after I get a drink, that's might be who I talk to.
All right. That's a hard question to ask. I mean, Alistair is standing right there.
No.
He's rich as hell. All right, so a 20 and a 19. You guys are killing it in perception tonight. It's a good thing we're just at a party and nothing is going to happen.
All this foreshadowed.
Yeah, so let's start with Gora. Gora, you notice through your perception that you've been especially vigilant with certain members of the crowd and keeping an eye on where they have moved around to. You notice that there are people, there are genasi who look like they're of import. You can tell they look like they are important because they seem to have an entourage around them, and that entourage, you've been in lots of fights. These are bodyguards that are standing very close to these people at any given point. And you notice that occasionally those people of import, the genasi leaders, will look in your direction. And when they do, guards get a little bit more like puffy chests, like about them.
Okay.
Now, other than that, there's no distinction. Sorry, there is one other distinction with your very high perception. There is stairs that lead to a separate room in the back. That seems to be the room where people are going to greet the host and, sort of wish them well and wish them a happy birthday. But the host is currently taking greetings as there's a line of people forming, and that line never seems any longer or shorter throughout the night. But one distinct thing that you notice is there are regular guards. These guards are Air Genasi, but standing intimidatingly with them is a very, very, even for you, a very, very tall orc. And that orc is standing with a sword that goes from his feet to a little over his head. And he is guarding that door. With your very high perception, you also notice that this orc has a blindfold on. And it is very kind of fancy. And he is well dressed, but distinctly around his neck, there are 6 gold coins.
Does that mean anything to me?
It does. Kadir wears 6 silver coins distinctly.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Somebody is at my door. I apologize.
Gurkin looks rich.
What does girl look like? I don't remember.
He's got very nice, like he looks like he's been in a fight, but he's very nice outfit, like noble background. So
Did you have a picture?
it's not really, but it's
Like a pic crew or something?
no,
I don't remember.
I don't know.
So.
No.
Oh.
He's rich too. Rich in friendship.
This Alistair boy, I am so done with him.
Why? What did Alistair do? What did I miss?
He died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he it was like our first fight and he went unconscious and Mira just was like, okay, never mind, you're not strong.
Mira. So, Crit Awards coming up. Voting ends in 5 days, everyone. Tomorrow, interviewing Mel from Storyteller Squad, also Crit Award nominee.
I voted
And
for New Age Geeks.
yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
I did my part.
I'm doing my part. Welcome back, Jeremy. You're still muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you for vamping and promoting. Somebody was dropping off alcohol for Anime Expo. And they just came to my window and said, instead of like knocking or going through the door. So sorry about that. It's going to be a fun Anime Expo. I hope everybody has fun and they're safe. But speaking of parties, where were we? Yes. So the 6 coins are and we can edit all of that out when it gets to YouTube. Joe just went, no.
Probably won't.
The 6 coins are distinct to samurai. Specifically, samurai warriors wear these as their payment to go into the afterlife if they should pass with honor. The quality of the coins tend to vary to the level of the samurai. Kadir wears silver coins. This guy is wearing gold coins, and in very, 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 very rare occasion, somebody will wear platinum coins. The higher the value of the coin also tempts people to try to rob this person at their own, at their own mistake, according to the samurai way. So he is distinctly a samurai. You have never seen or heard of this person before. They are large. He is wearing very nice robes. The sword is huge. But other than that, no distinct features.
And who are the rich people?
All right. So who are the rich people? You kind of notice the same people being guarded by bodyguards, and it's not necessarily that they are rich, but they are clearly important. And from what you can tell from the island, it's probably because they are genasi leaders. Doesn't really translate as rich per se. But there are some let's say very well-dressed gentlemen of the sea about. One of them, who is very well-dressed, is one Captain Solo, who is wearing a very nice suit and looks incredibly uncomfortable in it. As it is not his style to a certain degree, but he is very well dressed, better dressed than you sort of expected, since last time you saw him he was a big werewolf.
Mhm.
Let's see, other rich people. There do seem to be some merchants and tradesmen there as well, who are clearly very well to do. Um, I don't know if you care about physical appearance, but
It's
you
not what I'm
know,
here for.
they do
Nope, I'm
seem
looking for investors.
they do seem pretty well to do. Um, and let's see, and your biggest fan, Alistair, is uh, probably one of the richer people in the room. Um, and let's see. I think that covers most everybody, except as you go about the room, there is someone who else you recognize who is very fancily dressed. And that was the, let's say, magic gentleman that was there the day Larry was shot at the Adventurers Guild. He was the gentleman with the brown and white hair, with the scar eye, the brown and white beard. He is in a very fancy, almost bialet style robe that is purple and gold. Um, he also is in attendance, um, clearly representing the Adventurers Guild in some way or fashion. Other than that, it's a lot of wealthy merchants.
Mhm.
There are a lot of wealthy pirates. A lot of the higher up pirates look to be very fancily dressed. Um, and you can tell who's richer than the other because they all distinctly seem to be wearing a lot of gold, almost as if to out gold the next pirate leader. Um, and you could tell there's
Ironic.
tension between those people. But those are the rich people. I mean, there are various degrees, but I would say those are the standouts at this
Cool.
party. Poor Alistair's going to need a drink after this one. Key, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go? Or is there anything you want to look for?
You're muted.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, since the line right now is too long to meet our host, I think he is going to make a beeline for the buffet.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Um, does anybody remember that Rodney Dangerfield movie, Back to School? Like one of the first scenes, he's at his own party, he's like making a sandwich, takes a piece of bread, hollow it out, and start putting like, deviled eggs and all that stuff in it. That's what Key's doing, but with strange combinations of hors d'oeuvres and desserts and stuff. Like it's a brownie there, some sardines, cold cuts, some olives, etc., etc.
So, Key, as you're building this sandwich, you notice somebody else is at the bar doing something similar. It's sort of just putting everything in a bowl and then just swirling it around and then adding other things to the bowl and sort of swirling it around. Uh, and you hear a familiar voice as you hear, "Heyo, hey, Key,"
Hi, hiya.
and you look up and you see the orc that you know as a pirate from your pirate adventure and the ship as Lucky Bob.
Oh, hey, Lucky Bob. How you doing?
And he goes, doing good, Key. Still got the
Oh,
leg, and he points down to his leg, which is an axe. Still got the leg. Good. You need me to cut your sandwich?
sure. You want half of it?
Yes.
Okay, you can have. But can I have a taste of that? And Key's kind of pointing on Lucky Bob, what Lucky Bob's making.
Yep. Uh, so the two of you begin to mix and mingle with your food.
Mhm.
Um, Again, you will recognize Lucky Bob as a member of Solo's
Yeah.
crew, and under the overall pirate leader, or pirate king, as a certain sway to it. And yeah, to his word, he scoops out a bunch of the mish and mash of food that he's been mashing together. And then he proceeds to chop your sandwich on the floor with his leg that is an axe.
As Key's having their conversation, they're gonna also flash some you know, thieves can't. I had a brain fart for a second. Thieves can't to Lucky Bob. Hopefully that they understand, like, kind of telling them about, what happened to why am I blanking on his name? Larry. And
Yeah.
If anything's like kind of strange is going on out here at the party.
So Lucky Bob just kind of looks at you as you're thieves canting, and he's like, "Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, totally. That's something."
Are
And
they
he's just
flashing back any thieves can't themselves, or just nodding?
kind of nodding and going, "Yeah, totally."
Okay. So I'm guessing like he's gonna catch on, like maybe Lucky Bob doesn't know thieves can't, just agreeing, but you know what? Whatever.
I don't know.
He is among friends.
What's your not perception?
Passive perception?
Not perception. What's the one where you check?
Investigation?
No.
Insight.
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 Roll insight. See if he
Okay.
does know thieves can't.
20?
This man does not know what you are saying at all.
Gotcha.
He hasn't got a clue, but he is too polite to let you know, and too embarrassed to let you know that he doesn't know thieves can't.
So as soon as Key kind of catches on, so yeah, so a lot of weird things been kind of going on, a lot of daring do, like what adventures go through, but honestly feel really bad for what happened to Larry, like I said before, kind of he's doing what's polite, not calling Lucky Bob out on his
Yeah.
not understanding of thieves can't. What happened, that attempt on, Larry, and when he says that, kind of says it kind of low.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We like Larry. Yeah. We
Yeah.
like Larry. Yeah.
So so has
Real sad.
anything strange kind of going on? Do you hear anything among your, piratey people? Any
Nope.
rumblings?
Nope.
Well, you know what?
I don't know Larry.
Oh, okay. Well, if you hear anything, about, assassination attempts, something on a person named Larry who's a guild master, or, anything that's going on,
Lucky Bob will keep an eye out.
yeah, let me know. Okay, you could write to me, or
I
get one of the other people, one of the other pirates to, write to me about it.
Yeah, I will write to you. I can, yes. Absolutely. Lucky Bob can write. Of course.
Okay, great.
Do you know why they call me Lucky Bob?
Because you're lucky.
Yeah. Lucky Bob was kicked in head. I was kicked in the head by a mule 6 times.
You must be really lucky then, because the mule didn't kick you 7 times.
It could have been 7.
Exactly.
So you guys are having a good time. You're eating, and you're getting along with Lucky Bob, and he does seem to take a like general kindness and interest into you. And you guys got along the last time you met, so it's kind of nice and refreshing to see a familiar face. With your information that you now have, Mira, you're getting a drink at the bar. What do you want to do?
Well, I do want to get a fancy drink. And then I want to set my sights on, sorry, that was way bigger than I thought. Set my sights on the most affluent looking merchants there?
It's kind of hard to tell, but you had a really high perception. You can kind of tell what they sell and
Mhm.
the types of merchants that they are. There is one, a dwarven gentleman who is a little bit more stout, even for a dwarf. And it's clear by his outfit that he must sell some sort of cloth or garments or fine silks, and it's clear by the variety in his outfit that he is a trader of these fashionable things. And the jewelry that he wears is quite immaculate.
Yeah.
And he seems to be at a table sort of with other people who are just kind of laughing at everything that he says.
Mhm. I'm going to try and join the table. And if possible, I want to see if I can hear what they're talking about beforehand so I can make like a smooth entry into the conversation.
Yeah, so you go over and he's just like, yes, this trade agreement has been quite nice ever since things have been weird with the dwarven kingdoms and Kaiser. It's nice to have gentlemen of the sea working for us. You know, I'm somewhat of a pirate myself. And all the girls little giggle. And like the gentleman, oh yes, of course, you know. I, and he seems to be bragging kind of in general about the current trade situation in the area.
To join the conversation, I'll go up and be like, sounds like you're doing fairly well for yourself. I would love to introduce myself, and I'll introduce myself as Mira. And Mira Vasaria. And see how he responds.
Oh, yes, I heard you announced. Quite well, indeed. I am Bullish Boulderdash. You probably know of my wares.
Do I?
Do you? Let's see if you pass a history check. Ba, ba, ba. Or be prepared to lie. Ba, ba, ba. You do not.
Oh, then I am going to lie.
How do you want to respond?
Of course. Of course.
Give me something else you want to add to of course,
No.
Give
No,
me
my brain's not working.
Give me a deception.
Sure. 22.
22. Oh, well, of course you have. I could tell by the cut of your dress that you are a woman of good taste and quality.
Why, thank you.
Please,
You see, that's
please,
actually. Oh,
come have a
thanks.
seat with me. And he pats the seat next to him.
Mhm. You see, part of the reason why I was so excited to come to this party was I was hoping to branch out from Glassagean and maybe develop a studio elsewhere where I can really, really focus on my craft of creating fashion.
Oh, well, my dear, there's no more fashionable place in all the world than Bialé. That is where I acquire all my finest silks.
Is that where you are home based?
Well, you know, I am a man of the sea.
Oh,
And
yes, you're a pirate.
Well, I prefer buccaneer or swashbuckler or, you know, pirate's a strong word. Um, Give me an insight check.
Mm-hmm. No.
No, this
It's a
man
crit
is
fail.
definitely a pirate.
Mm-hmm.
He is 100% like probably the most debonair pirate you've ever met in your life, and you're certain that he could handle his own in a fighting, and is well traveled in the sea.
Yeah.
It's
Um,
obvious to anyone, actually.
I would love to hear stories of your travels someday.
He begins to regale
Jem
you.
is like not able to think of how to word this, but Mira wants to figure out a way to ask if he's looking to hire any new staff or bring anyone on board or willing to invest in an up and coming designer.
Give me a persuasion.
Mm-hmm. 18.
So he goes, oh, well, pleasure before business, my dear. Let's let's get to know one another first. And um, but hiring, well, I'm always looking for vendors and from uh, of course. And he begins to kind of go into details of options and different business propositions. And to you, it sounds interesting. To most people, it would be pretty boring. Um, but you do learn that he does have an established trade route that goes through the Crescent Isles, Antiglacigean, um, BLA, and Rosh Qatar. You can kind of tell that BLA is not his home base. He is definitely Kaiser based, and seems to be avoiding the subject of trade in Kaiser right now.
Yeah.
But he seems fairly interested in the prospect of hiring you. But as the conversation kind of goes on, you realize that it would take you traveling by sea quite a bit
Mm-hmm.
to work under him. And
Yeah.
but he tells you all of these great things about the sea and begins to regale you with these stories about how he fought a leviathan and a kraken all on the same trip. And there was a situation where he freed some slaves from captors, and a kraken attacked their ship. It sounds very similar to your experience from that time that you freed some slaves and the kraken attacked the ship.
Yeah.
But he nonetheless begins to tell these stories as his own. So we'll leave you there at that table to schmooze for a little
Yep.
bit. And Gura, what would you like to do?
There's really no one here that would be of interest to me as far as any future plans I may have, right?
Um, Other than the really strong warrior or the samurai, um, there are some tradesmen from Rosh Qatar. That That's very distinct that they are there. You do seem to be the only Goliath in attendance. Um, and uh, the other people who would be interested, you may be interested, not for the distinct purpose that I think you're asking for, but for your diplomatic purposes of tribal relations. There are those. But to that point, there are people, those merchants and people from Rosh Qatar do look like they would know a bit about what you're interested in.
All right.
And you do know that people like that tend to sponsor people like you.
Okay.
Or at least bet on people like you. So maybe worth a conversation.
Okay. I'll get a couple drinks and kind of mingle a little bit and see if I can find anything of interest.
Okay. Any distinct mingling you want to do, or just drinks first?
Drinks first. See how it goes.
Gotcha. You go to the bar and you notice Alistair is also at the bar. Seems to be drinking. Seems a little nervous and a little out of place for somebody who came in so confident, but also hanging near the bar.
Okay.
And as you come up, he's, "Oh, hello, dear. Would you like a drink?"
Please.
Another soul whiskey for my friend and I. And they bring over a very warm, hearty, sort of sweet but not too sweet whiskey that is smooth as butter on glass. Like there's no burn with this whiskey.
Okay.
Despite its name referencing the sun, it is just warm to the soul and good. It's good whiskey.
Okay.
Better than the gruel you normally just accept. Like a little nicer. Yeah, anything else you want to do?
No, not really.
Okay. The night kind of carries on as it does. People are dancing, people are eating. Lucky Bob and Solo are eventually called up to enter the room to greet the birthday person, the guild leader. As the night goes on, you hear more and more about how some people are frustrated that they aren't invited to go into the room, and they have to wait in that line. And you do hear whispers here and there about the guild leader herself. And sort of like there is some talk and frustration about the favoritism that seems to be showed to pirates at the party. Anybody want to do anything with this information? Don't speak up all at once.
I was wondering if, because Key's been kind of, I want to say kind of been kind of eavesdropping on conversations and stuff like that during the party. Is there like some sort of gather information type of thing that Key could do?
You could investigate, or you can go and talk to people and ask them questions.
I'll roll investigation then.
Remember when I invited a bunch of introverts to a party? Well, Mira's going, but Mira's handling her business. She's got her own. She's got priorities.
He has a background in rogue, so he they're being the sneak thing. I got 28. Hopefully that's high enough.
So as you kind of like move around the party very stealthily, just kind of going up to people who are having conversations and just standing there, and probably because you're so unique in appearance, and nobody's really seen a plasmoid before. They're just kind of like, you almost blend into the background to a certain degree to them. Some of that in a bad way, some of it in a good way for you.
Like a house pet.
Yeah. But you do manage to come up, and you're being very stealthy in your very large bow tie. As you kind of just nod at what people are saying and listening, and then moving to the next group. You learned that the guild leader her name is Kipona Viento. Kipona Viento is an air genasi. And you kind of also learn that some people feel like she gets special treatment because of the bad or the tragedy that happened to the air genasi and losing their territory. But you also feel like there's people there who are jealous for other reasons, and there is this distinction that they are, the people who aren't pirates don't like the pirates, and the people who are pirates don't like the other pirates. But it seems like there's a general like rule of neutrality, especially when it comes to this woman. What else can you learn? Kind of sulking around. You do learn that there is a difference between who is invited in and who is not, and they seem to be very distinctly either very high-ranking pirates, genasi leaders, or adventure or very high-ranking adventurers. So people of import are actually getting called up to the room and not waiting in line. And you notice this is kind of upsetting maybe lower ranking genasi people who want to show their support, and especially merchants. Merchants are not being invited in, and they're seem to be very upset about this and very bothered, because it's impossible for them to get into that room. And when somebody is invited in, it is only them and none of their guards. Is another distinction you learn. Key.
So considering high-ranking adventurers, would our silver rank as adventurers be considered high-ranking?
Not in any circumstance in the world.
Okay, so
So
we're
as
here
far
for
as
another reason.
But you were personally invited.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, so yeah. Okay. They haven't called us in yet, right? But we were supposed to be called in. We do know that.
You get nobody told you that you would be called in or if you had
Okay.
to wait in line. But you're sort of getting the vibe that maybe you're going to get called in. Or maybe you should start lining up, is kind of where you're at, because as the night goes on, that line doesn't seem to get much shorter. And if it does, it moves very slowly.
Okay.
But there are people, even important people, waiting in this line.
Gotcha.
Merchants who are clearly very wealthy, and some of those pirates wearing a lot of gold are in this line. But again, anybody who is let in is only let in by themselves.
Gotcha.
Unless they are invited as a group.
Okay. You know what? He's gonna go towards Mira, and as she's chatting with that merchant, he's gonna go, "Oh, Mira, I think we're gonna be called in soon. I have a feeling we're gonna be called in soon."
And Mira, you notice that the merchant sort of sits up and says, "Oh, we called in. That I didn't realize. Do you know Lady Viento?"
Not really, but we were personally invited to this party.
Oh, Well, I mean, I was obviously personally invited as well. uh, if you are called in, please remind her that I am here, and I would also like to be called in to greet her and wish her a warm and happy celebration of life.
Okay. And he kind of looks over the mirror. Who's he?
This whole time
I'll-
he's been talking directly to Mira, so that's my favorite part.
I know, like he's gonna be like, just yeah. Who's he?
I'll explain.
Like the time you told me what nowhere means.
Mr. Boulder Bash. Right.
Yes, yeah.
Boulder Dash.
Boulder Dash. Boulder Dash.
Yes. Here is where you can contact me in the future, and I leave the contact info for the Adventurers Guild in Class Aegean. But I must be off.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, quite. Again, please, put in a good word for me.
I will, and you remember to consider me and my works as you make your next business plans.
Well, absolutely. And you walk away with a sense that because Key came over and said those things, he is very impressed.
Mhm.
He
As we're
also
wa-
he
Sorry.
also you could sort of hear as you walk away. "Oh, did you notice they were wearing the same colors? They must be together. They must have come together. Quite rude of me to make a pass at her, but I do look forward to working with her in the future."
I'm sorry.
And you can tell there's some judgmental looks at the table, like, sure, buddy, like, sure, you feel bad about that, sure.
You know, as Key and Mira's leaving, he's gonna kind of look up at Mira and go, is something wrong with Mr. Boulder Dash's eyesight? Because I don't think he could see me.
And then I'll just explain to Key who he was and what I was trying to do there.
Got it. The rest of your party seems to be at the bar. Both of them, Alistair and Gura, kind of eyeing different people for different reasons. Alistair, in his own way, I'm richer than this person. I'm truly a better choice in all senses of the word. And and Gura seems to be picking out the people probably take that person in a fight. And they both seem to be well into their drinks.
And you know what? Key's gonna kind of go up and add to the. Oh, are we playing game? Well, I'm greener than that person. I'm greener than that person. I'm definitely greener than that person.
Speaking of which, can I try something, Key?
Okay.
I'm gonna just lay on hands, try and cure disease on Key to see if he unturns green.
Yes, please roll for it.
It's just my ability as a paladin. I spent
yeah.
5 points from the pool to cure disease.
Oh, is there a cure for Key? I feel like that is a loaded question with nothing but bad answers. It's just cure the same. It's the same as the spell cure disease, right?
I think so.
Will you put the description in the chat for me? Nobody's ever tried to cure Key before.
This is where we learn Key
This whole
is some
time.
some sort of amoeba or enlarged germ.
He's a
I spent
mitochondria, the
hit
powerhouse of
points.
the cell.
Spent 5 hit points from my pool to cure 1 disease or neutralize 1 poison. It can also cure multiple diseases and multiple poisons with a single use.
Okay. There's no curing me, Dad. He is not poisoned or diseased. Key, when he does this, you do feel a bit of a tingle, and it's like all of the terrible food you ate that didn't really affect you, but still was digesting kind of in your belly, a little harshly, suddenly smooths out, and like it's a new experience for you as you have eaten something that is not mixed together. It's like he unmixed all the food and made all the tastes suddenly taste better.
So
Or
basically,
not
like,
better. Better is a matter of opinion.
yeah.
But it made it like you tasted every single thing separately, all at once.
So like magical Pepto.
Kind of like magical Pepto. And your body does get a little wiggle. And when he does that, you don't feel like any alcohol you've consumed is also not affecting you anymore. And you also feel like you already resist poison, but now you are resistant to poison and disease for a little bit.
Immune.
Yep. Yeah, resistance on top of resistance is
Ooh,
immunity.
tingly.
But they're still very green.
I tried.
As that happens, you are called to the room, specifically by name.
Oh, it's our turn, I guess.
And each of you, Alistair included, are all called one by one to join the room. You make your way up the stairs and cut past the line of people who very begrudgingly look at you as you make your way to the very front of the line and are let in. Much like hot girls at a club passing by normal people, you guys smoothly walk past all of these less important people as you enter the room.
As we pass the samurai, I'm just going to give him a little nod.
He does
blind.
He does not seem to react.
I know he's blind, but he can sense the movement.
Can he? Is he Daredevil? You're making a
Yeah, I
lot of
don't-
assumptions. I nod at the blind
He
guy.
earned
He does not
the
react.
Skull's coin somehow.
You had a total Toph moment. Look what's on this paper. I nod at the blind guy. Yes, you do. He does not react.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is.
In your defense, you've had a few drinks, and you thought maybe this guy was like Daredevil, and he was gonna nod back at you.
So is Daredevil canon in spell shots?
Not he thought maybe he had some heightened sense, but he does not respond.
Just checking.
Yeah,
he's gonna kind of whisper over and go, I think he's blind.
Thanks.
And as you go through the door, you hear a slight whisper. He is. As the samurai sort of smiles to himself. As you approach the door, you walk through, and there is a weird tingly feeling as you go through the door.
Ooh, it's been a day of tingles.
You can tell that the door has some sort of seal or protection around it, outside of the very necessary, very large guards standing outside. if you want to try to figure out what that was, you can do an Arcana check.
Mm.
But basically, it's just like, oh. And as you walk through the door, there is one other distinction. The door opens and you can see into the room. But as you walk through the room, you see more into the room. It's almost like you walked in and they turned on the lights as you go through. With these Arcana checks, you're pretty sure this is just a way for them to keep people from peeking into the room. Mirror.
Can I, out of character, did we get what the gift was? Do we know what the gift was that was sent from us? Oh, I should have asked.
Nobody asked.
Yeah, there's so much going on at once. But yes, okay. So we don't know what this mystery gift is.
Correct. You enter the room, and standing there is Solo and Lucky Bob. They are still hanging out in this room, but the room is fairly empty. There is a sort of pile of treasure in this room. There is gold, there is chests, there are diamonds, there are items that are clearly magical, all in this room, filling it to a certain degree. There are fine silks, there are gifts that you could clearly tell came from some of the people you talked to at the party. There is a giant, almost diamond-like horse statue. There are a lot of unique and kind of almost ludicrously lavish gifts, but there are some very kind of, okay, that's crazy. That's clearly like a magical item of like great import, sitting around in this pile of stuff. And there's some stuff that's not unwrapped. There are things that are still there. And there is a very lovely Genasi woman with sort of a flowing cloud-like white hair that kind of comes down and veils one side of her face. And she is standing there sort of distinctly as you approach. She is standing in front of a very large wooden desk. And the desk does seem to have gifts all strewn about it. And yeah, you make your way straight to them. Anybody want to say or do anything?
He is going to kind of go over and kind of pull out that pink note and go, hello, Miss, yeah, well, her name was Nin, God, I'm blanking.
Kipona?
The last name. Kipona?
Kipona is her first name.
Okay.
And the last name is Viento. So Viento.
Viento. Hello, Miss Bienta, guild lady person, type person. My name is Key, and kind of goes through the whole thing, and then kind of reaches into the cell and pulls out a container of mayo and that really, really large boot. Happy birthday! I present you mayonnaise and my favorite boot.
She sort of just,
like, for Key, like, that boot has been his fixation. It's like, it means a lot
since
to
he
Key.
found it in the Lost and Found.
Yeah,
yes.
they found it in the Lost and Found. Yeah.
Or since they found it, yes.
Yeah.
Clearly very important item. She sort of looks at you. She goes, "Oh, well, it's very nice to meet you. This is going to be funny. It's not actually my birthday, but it is the guild leader's birthday, and I have been looking forward to meeting you, and I'm sure he is going to as well. And
Okay.
this sentence kind of strikes you all as odd. Because as far as you know, and as far as any registration goes, she is the guild leader. Why would she say she's not? Um,
I thought it was your birthday. I mean, everybody says it's your birthday, so it's supposed to be your birthday. I mean, I have a birthday too. I think this year we're gonna have it on a Thursday.
yes. So the thing is, um, how to put this? Thank you, first of all. And I see you are a friend of our people. And I
Oh
want to
yeah,
thank
yeah.
you for that. Um, this party is not for me. It is for the actual guild leader who I believe invited you personally. Um, and you hear a little bit of like chuckling as a chair swivels around. Um, in the chair is a gentleman with long black hair, kind of pepperish gray, and a long black and gray beard, a scar on his left eye, with very deep, distinct blue eyes, wearing a blue sort of admiral's coat. Um, and Mira and Key, you have seen this person once before. And that was when you landed on shore and Solo and his crew went to talk to their leader. This is the leader of that pirate faction. And he is, for all intensive purposes, as you learned at that party, what most would consider the pirate king. Even though there is not an official pirate king, he is what most would consider the pirate that all pirates answer to, even if they don't want to.
Oh, then okay. Then hello, secret guild leader type person. Does the whole run through? I present you for your birthday mayonnaise and my favorite boot.
He leaps over the desk at you in one foul swoop and lands right in front of you. And he goes, "Ah, so you're the Key I've heard about. You know what I like, Key?
Mayonnaise?
Like, yes, I love mayonnaise. And I also like true, honest, from the heart gifts. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take your boot. I'm going to take your mayonnaise. And I'm going to say thank you.
Well, you're
That is
very
one of the
much
most
welcome.
honest gifts I've received tonight. And to the rest of you, thank you for coming. And I apologize that we have not gotten to speak sooner. I am Drake MacLeod. And you notice kind of when he says that name, like Alistair kind of stands up a little bit straighter. He's like, it kind of is suddenly very reverently quiet. Um, I've been so rude. And you must be Mira, and your Key, I remember from the party. Mira passed out, and we were quite worried about you, dear. Glad you're okay. And you, my large torn friend, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of making your acquaintance. Uh, Gura, right?
I'll give him the whole introduction, the whole list of titles.
Do you want to mention your father's name?
Yep, everyone. No lies.
You notice that he seems very happy and jovial to a point, and then you get to your father's name, specifically the title, and you see him go, I have not met your father, but I do respect your people, even though I feel it is quite bold to take the title of dragon in a land of no dragons.
No. It's more earned than taken.
Aye, and one day I will have to ask him if he took it from a dragon. And he sort of peters away from the subject to a certain degree. But let us not dwell. This is a party, this is a celebration, and I'm sorry that it took so long to get through all of these people to get to speak with you. Thank you for coming and celebrating with me and with my lovely wife. And he motions to Kipona. As you may have surmised, she is the face of the guild leader, and because of my position, our relationship, and more so my position as a guild leader, are held secret. But everybody here is trusted.
Well, you're muted, Key.
Oh,
Is that because you're a pirate?
aye, it is because I'm a pirate.
Why?
Well, you see, Key, and he kind of just like very genuinely speaks to you. He's like, well, you see, Key, if you have one political position, people worry that you show favoritism to other political positions. How's best to put this? If you are part of one group, they want you to remain loyal to that group and not be friends with other groups. I don't like those rules because I like to be friends with everybody.
Yeah, that's silly. I mean, isn't the best thing in life is making friends?
This guy gets it.
Um, I, I I'm not a guy. I'm Key.
This Key gets it.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
no problem.
But let's get on with it. Obviously, I'm going to open a few gifts as is per tradition that you sent. First, we had 2 gifts from your party come in, and then there's this third gift that was labeled from Yujo, but it came in about the same time your gifts came in, so I'm just gonna assume, not to. It's obviously from Yujo, and he's sort of like, it's from Santa. It's from Yujo, so I'll open that one while you're here as well.
Well, perhaps it would be
Ooh.
best to have someone else open it if we don't know who it's from.
Oh, I hope it's candied squid.
And he kind of takes a pause and he's like, I've been opening all the gifts tonight, I'm not really worried. But
Uh,
if you want to open it for me, you can.
That's probably for the best.
It is quite noble of you to be concerned for my safety.
Mm,
And he motions
Wouldn't go that
to
far.
a large a wrapped almost stand that is standing there. This is the gift from Yujo that I received. If you would like to open it, Key.
I was wondering if Key could, being the trapsmith that they are, check for traps or anything like that. But before they do, he's going to sniff the box. Does this smell like candied squid?
It does not smell like candied squid, and as far as you can tell, there are no traps.
Okay. He kind of sniffs the box. And goes, well, it doesn't smell like candied squid. That's what I asked for Yujo for my birthday.
Um, so you untie it and very carefully, obviously, you pull it down to reveal a very fancy mirror. And that mirror is very distinct. It is very ornate. It is very pretty. It is very well polished. And it shines. And as each of you look at this mirror, the lights in the room go out. It is suddenly dark.
Hey, who turned off the lights?
I'm going to
And-
instantly cast Warding Bond on me and on Mira.
Also,
I'm gonna say you don't have time to do it unless you had prepped a reaction, or is it?
I mean,
Is it a reaction?
no, it's an action.
Okay. If it's a reaction, I can let you do it.
I was going to do it before I opened the box, but
Oh.
all right.
Do you have to see them for warding bond to work?
I just have to touch them,
Oh, okay.
and they have to be wearing the ring. Did Mira put the ring on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On her pointer finger.
Very distinctly.
Well, that's where it is on him too. So,
Key, very quickly, what's up?
you know I gotta ask. Dark vision?
Oh, well, let me explain what happens. So each of you notice the lights go out, and each of you get the sense that you are suddenly not standing near the person you were standing near. As everything goes black, things suddenly light up. You don't need dark vision for where you are about to be. I am going to pull each of you onto the map in the spot that you will be, and I will describe what you see. And then I'm going to, then we're going to have an interesting moment. All right. So suddenly the lights go black. You feel warm, each of you. Warm like you've never felt before. Key, did you just move something? Oh no, that was the cameraman. Cameraman is about to be really confused in a second. But let's go ahead and hit this battle music. The smell of fire and brimstone fills the air as you are suddenly not where you were before. As you looked into the mirror, you feel yourself pulled in. And now, you are here. Mira, you are where I put you. Let me know if you can see.
Yes.
Gura, you are where I put you. Let me know if you could see. I mean, I know you could see because your camera.
I see two of me.
Spoilers. We'll get to that.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You are.
I do not see anything except total darkness, or at least a black square.
You know what that is we remade your character, but we didn't edit the token properties.
Ah.
So 1 second.
Womp womp.
And you have dark vision, correct?
Yes.
60 feet or 30 feet?
I do not know.
I believe it's the 30 offhand, so I'm going to save that. We can adjust it later. You won't need it. where you are is very
60. It's actually 60.
dark. See, I should have went with my first one. All right, now tell me if you can see.
Now I see.
All right, now what does the audience see?
Me.
Yes. Okay. So, annoyingly, Joe, I'm going to move the camera from place to place.
Okay. I'll zoom out. Then this way we get the most. We can see everyone.
Yep. So yeah, I would get the square, and we'll go from there. Each of you are suddenly surrounded by lava, fire, brimstone, and heat as you are in this room. And standing across in this little circle area that you are from you, looking directly at you, is you. I need everybody to roll initiative.
I say as soon as Key sees themselves, Key kind of pulls out their nose. So, hello, Key type person.
Well, let's see what your initiative is first. Where is the initiative? Oh, there it is. All right. So let's put this in order. Key, you are the fastest, with Gura following and Mira following after that. So that is our turn order. So I'm going to pull the camera over to Key, where Key can give his speech to Key, or their speech to Key. And you do give your speech. And as you do, you are going to be shot.
Ooh.
But they are going to naturally fail.
Hey,
Because-
watch out, that's dangerous.
So they shoot into the ground and into their own foot, and they look up at you, and that emoji face that Key has sort of turns into an angry face.
You should be really careful with that. You could shoot your eye out with that, kid.
And you see their head kind of go back and forth, and they're like, almost in a mocking tone, they're like, you should be really careful with that. You could push your eye out, kid. Isn't this just like you to mess up?
I mean, yeah, kinda.
And then it's going to be your turn.
My turn?
Yep. And you do know that they were intending to shoot you,
Okay.
and not themselves, because you have been threatened before.
You know what? He is going to first. He's actually going to cast a spell right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm going to cast a spell, Jeremy, but I have to because this is what the character would do. It's one of those moments.
Okay.
He is going to cast Sanctuary on themselves.
Oh, on the other themselves?
No, themselves. Like keys. Key, like the key that I'm playing. Not your
Okay.
key, my key.
So you cast Sanctuary. Okay.
So key is now warded against attacks until the spell ends, and any creature that targets the warded creature with an attack or harmful spell, they must make a wisdom saving throw.
All right. And surprisingly, Sanctuary is a bonus action.
Yep.
What would you
And-
like to do for your main action and or movement?
Main action. Let's see. I'm going to take my movement first before my main action, though.
Okay.
He is going to. Let's see. 5. 10, give me a second. I need to He is going to shoot. I forgot how to do the measure thing. I think it's this. Ah, here it is. Move sheet. Yeah, he's gonna move there. So he's moving over there, and then for my main action, he is going to. Can you tell me which role would be probably better for this situation? Would it be Arcana or Investigation? Like he wants to know what this thing is. This other key is.
Given your not expertise but experience, this is clearly something magical. Some magic bullshit is happening.
Okay. So Arcana.
So I'm gonna say Arcana, but
Got
you
it.
can roll either one. What really happens between that is you get sort of different results. So it depends on if you're trying to figure out is this magical and what sort of magic is it, or it just a general, hey, what's going on?
Okay. You know what? First, he is going to roll Investigation.
Okay.
I got 19.
So you understand that something magical happened.
Mm-hmm.
You are in a place that definitely feels very real, and as far as you could tell, everything around you is real, including the person standing in front of you. They are not an illusion, as far as you could tell.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I guess that's my turn. Yeah.
All right. Gura, you are up, and then Mira, you are on deck.
Did my warding bond go off or no? Can you hear me?
Yes. You know what? I'm gonna give it to you. Yeah.
All right. I just want to mark it off. So if that is the case, I am going to cast Shield of Faith on myself, which gives me a 20 to my AC. I'm going to then move in. No questions asked. I know what this game looks like. I can't grab myself. There we go.
You can't. Oh, there you go.
I'm going to draw my longsword as I charge forward. One-handed attack with my longsword.
All right. Now, your Shield of Faith, is that based off of the armor you would normally be wearing? Or
It gives me just a +2 to my armor.
Okay. But you aren't in your normal armor, correct?
I mean, I'm wearing a piece of it, but no, I wouldn't be in my normal armor, which would make my armor. I don't even know how to calculate that.
What's your normal AC?
18.
Okay, so let's say without armor you're at 15, or
Okay.
15 with the half armor. So you only lose a portion of your AC,
Okay.
and then the +2 brings you to 17.
Okay. And then
That's important
Yep.
because he's wearing the same outfit.
Okay. So then his armor would be just 15. And I rolled a 22 to hit.
Well, then I guess you know that that's a hit.
Yep. I'm also going to pump a Divine Smite into it to do an extra 2d8 damage.
All right, go ahead and give me the damage.
So that is 19 total. Actually, because I'm wielding one-handed, it's an extra... Because of dueling, it gets an extra +2, so it is 21 points of damage.
21 points of damage. Right off the rip. All right, you get a solid hit out of you. And the you kind of looks up and he goes, just like me. Run in, ask no questions, fight.
I
Do you
mean,
even know what you're fighting for?
I
And then
have some
he
idea.
takes a swing at you.
That's a miss.
That is a miss. This was supposed to be more fun. Uh, so he swings and it just kind of bounces off that piece of armor that you have. And he just continues to smile at you. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, but Mira, you have a +1 to your AC and all your saving throws. And you have resistance to all damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Mira, you are up.
I will instantly cast Mirror Image.
Mirror image.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to form a telepathic connection with Mira, and ask, what are you playing at?
Ooh, telepathic connection. Did not plan for that, but this is what happens. You make a telepathic connection. You've done this enough times to know that that connection does connect. And when you say that in her mind, you hear almost like an echo, like you yelled it into a canyon coming back to you. But she doesn't seem to respond other than it's not like she said it back to you, it's like you said it and then you
There's an
heard the
echo.
echo of your own voice. But in not using sound, but in your mind.
Yeah. Like she doesn't have a mind.
It's not like that because you were young and crazy once and you tried to telepathically communicate with a tree or a rock thinking that would work. Because, you know, who hasn't? But it's not like that. It's not like there's not a brain there. It's just, again, like something you haven't experienced before, like an echo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's my turn. That's my action and bonus action.
All right. That makes it Mira's turn. This is not going to get confusing. She looks up at you and she goes, just like me. Always wasting time. And she is going to...
That's funny. I see you switch.
Yes, I'm in your character sheet. Hello. She's going to cast Tasha's Mind Whip. DC 14 intelligence save.
Don't forget your +1.
Okay.
Yep, +1 to whatever you roll.
$19.
You definitely make it. So there's no half damage for that. And then Mira is going to do... Oh. You're moving our character sheet. It's our character sheet now. Communists, Dungeons and Dragons. Let me double check to make sure you have this. She is going to spend 2 sorcery points. I won't take them off of your sheet because that would be extra weird.
Yeah.
And she is going to cast Firebolt.
Okay. That hits a mirror, right?
I believe with mirror image, there has to be a roll to decide who it hits. Let me see.
Yeah.
If you have 3 duplicates, you must
Okay,
roll
so I
a
have to
6 or
roll a
higher to
20.
change the attack to a duplicate. Yes, so you got to roll to change the attack to a duplicate.
Yep. 1d20, right?
Yep, 1d20, and you need 6 or higher. Woo! It's a little bit of a waste of a nat 20, but
Yep.
out here.
Definitely higher than 6.
Definitely higher than a 6. So yes, one of your mirror images shatters as you see your very own firebolt and your very own magic come out of this other Mira, who is, to your own credit, very well dressed. And that is your turn, I believe.
Yep.
And she's sort of just staring at you, just mad. Like madder than, even your most mad. Key, you're up. Gura, you're on deck. Key.
All right. Well, let's see here. Let me just measure something out really quick.
So I'm sorry to say this, you are not the fastest Key in the West. So the other Key, realizing they are bad with crossbow, are going to cast Ray of Sickness. Does a 16 hit you?
They have to make a roll first, actually, because I have Sanctuary cast on me.
Oh, yeah. What do they need to roll?
They gotta roll a Wisdom saving throw.
How good is your Wisdom, Key?
Oh, they have to roll it.
Yeah.
My Wisdom is, let's see here.
Let's see.
It is a +1.
I don't think they hit you. Is that correct?
Nope. They basically lose their action if they can't hit me or anything like that. Let's see here. They must choose a new target or lose their attack or spell.
And they lose their spell.
Yep.
This Key is beginning to get more and more frustrated as they begin to bubble. And they're like, stupid, stupid, stupid.
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself. All we could really do in life is really just try, It's okay.
He's gonna befriend Key. Key, what do you want to do for your action?
Okay, first I'm going to see. I need to measure myself again then, really quick. Okay. He is going to actually move out of this area. Oops, sorry. Because I can't really tell what square I have to move to get past the darkened area over there. So I'm not really sure.
That is a steep cliff. That is a drop off into what is darkness and feels like lava. You can go that way if you so choose. I am not stopping you.
Is because I'm hoping to find another way, maybe to find Key's compatriots.
There is no path forward. It seems like there's a path, but it's broken.
Okay.
There is only darkness in each direction.
You know what? Key then is going to cast a spell on themselves again.
Okay.
This one is he is going to cast Guidance.
Okay.
So 1d4.
You can.
Oh.
Yep.
And since that's takes an action, I think Key now is done. But can I at least have Key say something then?
Sure.
Why are we fighting?
And he just kind of looks at you and says, because there can only be key, not keys.
That's not really a rule. I mean, sorry. What?
No, go ahead.
I mean, keys for the longest time has been out there by themselves. While we had great friends, mentors like Master Locke, and we also made friends like Mira and everybody, even Larry. Larry I think likes us. I mean, isn't life all about making friends?
So you start into this, and it just they just yell at you. Key is alone, and then we're gonna cut to Gura.
Okay.
Gura, you're up.
All right. I don't have time for this, and I'm just going to use my Harness Divine Power to recoup a 2nd level spell.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to then attack with my longsword one-handed.
Okay.
That's a 22 to hit.
That hits you.
I'm going to pump a Divine Smite level 2 into it, so that's 3d8. So that's 9, so that is 15 plus 2, that's 17 damage. And that ends my turn.
All right, you take another huge chunk out of yourself, but it doesn't seem to phase you. And you God, I've never played a paladin. You swing right back.
Okay. It's a miss.
It is a critical fail.
Jeez.
Well, it's good. We don't need this combat to carry on too
There can only be one.
Yeah. Highlander rules happening real fast here. Yeah, he critically fails and it loses the grip on his sword as it bounces against you and drops to the ground.
I just pick it up as a free action, just like cross them across his neck, Anakin style.
We'll see how your next turn goes.
If he's got my hit points, he's close.
Does he have your hit points? Who knows? See, that was his action. You know what? He should use compelled to duel on you.
Yeah. I'm not already compelled.
All of your stuff is an action, right?
Shield of Faith's a bonus action.
Thank you. Yes, he's going to cast Shield of Faith on himself. Now you have the same AC. And that is going to be your turn. Mira, you are up.
All right. I'm going to cast Melf's Minute Meteors.
Okay. Do it.
And then use a bonus action to shoot one of the meteors to Mira, and yeah.
To mirror on the wall.
Yeah.
Concentration up to 10 minutes. 6 tiny meteors. When you cast the spell as bonus action, each of your turn, you can expend 1.
Actually, it says I can do 2, so I'm gonna send 2 at her.
And they must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So go ahead and roll 4d6 for me, because you're hitting with 2 of these. And let's see how good Mira's dexterity is. How good's your dexterity, Mira? I'm going to tell you, not your best stat.
I know.
Well, you know yourself. You know your weaknesses. So yeah, an 8 is not very dexterous. As Mira's very fancy dress gets singed and burned, taking 20 damage. Woo! That's a good one. Good hit.
I got 4 more.
Sucker.
Yeah, you hit her, and that's your action, your bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
She is, for lack of a better word, going to mirror you. She's going to cast the same spell as her action, and then has her bonus action, 1 by 1, send, or I guess it's 2 at once, 2 meteors at you.
Yep.
You have to now make a dex save, or take 4d6 of damage.
And that, do I still get the +1 or no?
Yeah, that's for the next hour.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to use a magical. Oh no, that's an ability check. Ooh, never mind. Yep, I guess I'm going to take it. Or no, I'm going to roll a d20 to see if one of my mirror images takes it.
Yes. And you have to roll higher than a 10, I think, now.
Just roll it. 13.
Oh, higher than a 13. Oh, no, wait. So 8 or higher with 2 duplicates. And then when you get
11.
down to 1, you have 11. So yeah, your mirror image shatters, taking that damage for you once again. All right. And you see her just go, what a waste. And she doesn't seem to react to the damage. She just seems angry and rude. Is that going to be your turn?
Yeah.
Key, you're up. Key and Key. Let's see if Key can hit Key this time. Key is bad with crossbows, bad with spells. But is going to once again so Key, you see a very familiar sight as that red center begins to glow and they cast Firebolt at you. Does an 11 hit? Oh, I still have to do the sanctuary thing, don't I? Or that's only for one turn. You're muted this whole time. talking to myself.
Yep. They have to roll. This sanctuary takes duration is 1 minute. So yeah, you have to roll sanctuary thing again. So wisdom saving throw again.
All right. Either wise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think an 11 is gonna hit you anyway. So
Nope.
point is
Either
mute,
way.
but I'll do it. Oh, natural 20 for a miss. Let's go.
But it doesn't hit.
No, I know. Stupid sanctuary.
Anything else?
They're going to use fast hands and throw a bottle of oil at you.
They have to roll sanctuary again.
I know they do, all right? $15 works.
But isn't that an action since they already cast Firebolt?
I thought fast hands was a bonus action.
Let me check. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Fast hands. So yep, they're gonna throw oil at you. And let's see if they hit, because to be fair, I always make you do this. So it would be rude of me to have them do it and not have you do it.
Nope.
Does an 8 hit?
Nope.
Hate it here. All right, well, key is key. Key, it's your turn. This
All right.
other key is clearly trying to key you. What would you like to do?
He's gonna go, hey, watch it. You're spilling that stuff all over the place. Seriously, you gotta get a handle on yourself. And I'm gonna roll. I'm going to make a Arcana check now with that +4 I had.
Okay. Bet.
So that would have been a 7, 8,
A 12?
12. Yeah,
Or sorry, an 11?
11. Yeah, 11.
I can math. It's clearly not an illusion. It does appear to be magical in nature. And as far as you could tell, the area around you is almost like a magical seal. You can't tell what type of magic. You could tell everything, and everything feels very real to where you are. But other than that, you've got no real inclination.
Okay. Well, then Key right now is going to. They're going to use fast hands now. Oh wait. What do you say that Key? I have to make an inside roll. Like, if this is like a real person, right?
Yeah, that you'll have to do that on a different turn.
Okay. Let me double check. Let's see here. Guidance is an action, so you know what? I'm gonna just end my turn here now. Wait for my next turn.
Okay. So, that brings us back to the Guras.
All right. What am I gonna do here?
Don't worry, you're just as frustrated with you as you are.
I need you to just go away now, please. Please. I'm going to attack with my short sword. That's a natural 20.
I know it is.
And I'm gonna pump a level 2 divine smite into it.
Why wouldn't you?
Because, well, yeah, exactly. So, do you even want me to roll damage, or should I just describe how I kill myself?
Go ahead and roll the damage, because it's important. It matters. Your rolls matter, all right? Don't ever let your DM tell you that they don't.
So that's just on the base stats is 17, just on the base attack.
Yeah.
And then this is a D. What's it? A D8? It's on a D8, right? Right now for Divine Smite. I forget. I'm so nervous.
Don't be
Yes,
nervous.
D8. So that's 20 for that, plus another 2. So that is 17. 39 points of damage.
Wait, isn't it 10 plus 17 plus 2?
It's doubled on the Divine Smite too, because it's a natural 20.
I'm gonna play a paladin soon. Yeah. So tell me how you kill yourself.
I just slice him once down on the leg to chop him down, grab his sword that he dropped from his natural 1, and just like Anakin, just chop off his head. There can only be one.
And as you do, you go through, and as you say, there could be only one. His head goes flying, and that divine smite hits what's left of your body, and that there's a little bit of electricity in the air, almost like a quickening for the fans of this reference, as there is a charge of your divinity filling the air as you have slain yourself, and his body disappears, and the sword in your hand, even though it was real and solid a second ago, disappears with a distinct shattering noise that you swear you've heard before.
Did you just cut off the head of the character named from a headless god hero thing? Yeah. Okay.
He's gonna get up and fight right now.
All right. Oh yeah. That's a good point. You just beheaded someone named Gura.
Yeah.
Do I see a path to either anyone else? Like, is there any other footbridge or anything? Is it any visual besides just the black circle I'm in?
As you do that, you do notice there is some cracking this way.
I'm sorry.
In what looked like a barrier.
Which way? I'm sorry.
Right here, this blue ping.
All right, I'm gonna run right towards it.
All right. You run right towards it. Do you just want to keep running, or?
That's 30 feet. If I can push through it, I'm going to.
Okay. You hit that point and don't move your character. We'll get to that in a second. Mira, it is your turn. Mira, you are up, and then Key, you are on deck.
Yeah. I'm going to use my action and shoot a ray of sickness. Okay.
Yep. And she has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
Famously, another one of Mira's best stats.
Yep.
It's almost like you know all of your own weaknesses. Oh no, you actually have pretty good Constitution. It's a +5.
Bad.
Yeah, you have good Constitution. What happens on a save? 2d8 poison damage. Make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it is also poison. So I think as long as you hit, you hit.
Yeah. And I hit.
Is your AC? What's your AC?
10.
Your AC is 10?
Yeah.
I should have cast mirror images. Yeah, you do.
There's a reason why I'd use that.
And she's gonna take 9 poison damage.
Yep. And then my bunt.
And when this happens, you do notice distinctly she is not getting the buffs from the ring that you're getting.
Yeah.
An important distinction.
Yeah, thank God.
So she was copied before the ring. And then I'm gonna shoot 2 more meteors at her as a bonus action.
Of course you are. So that was 9 damage, and okay. Go ahead and roll the 2 meteors. She needs to make a dex save, or you need to make a dex save. It's fun sharing character sheets, right? Isn't this nice?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you're fast as fuck, boy. So that's a
Half
save,
as much.
half of the damage. So go ahead and roll the 4d6, or what is it?
Yeah.
4d6, or just a lot of damage.
8.
8. So
Total of 17.
17. That dress is looking rough. And the Mira is looking rough too.
I'm taking notes on dress construction.
Yeah, you want to know how it holds up in a firefight. This is
Yeah.
important for your customers. Is that your turn?
Yep.
All right. She is going to respond. Let me pull open our character sheet again. In Communist Dungeon, it is our character sheet. All right, you are going to cast one of my favorite spells in the game. Oh, wrong one. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said fireball. So, you need to make a dexterity save of DC 14. Now, because this is an AoE attack, you can't redirect it to your mirror, I believe, because you're both standing in the vicinity of the explosion.
Yeah, but I have a reaction, right?
You can take a reaction, yes.
Counter spell.
Ooh.
Oh.
Would work, except for one thing. And I am sorry to do this because I saw it on your sheet at the too, and I was like, oh. To use a spell, you can only cast one spell per turn. So until your next turn, that takes up your slot. So you can use it if you hadn't cast a spell already. So you could have counterspelled if you hadn't cast the one before your meteor.
Boo.
I'm sorry. I have often been hit by that rule, and I hate to use it. But yes, the rule is one spell per turn. So if she had gone first, you could have done it as your reaction, and that could have been your spell. Because of the order of the stack of operations, you can't. But you do now know in the future that you can hold that against spellcasters.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry to ruin your big moment. I love
I
it.
know.
I counterspelled the DM. And you know what's messed up? I was thinking I should counterspell her. Next time she gets...
Okay. So I roll a dexterity save.
Yep, you do get bonus
Plus
and you
1.
do have resistance.
What do you mean?
You have resistance from my spell.
So you have resistance to... Is it all damage type?
It's all damage types. And the reason why will become very clear shortly.
Okay. but I get a +1 to my dex save.
Your save, yeah.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, you're fast as fuck, boy.
Mhm.
So I need one more dex save from you, though.
Okay.
And I'll explain why.
13.
Okay. So you make your dex save, but your mirror image still gets hit.
Mm-hmm.
And shatters. So, the way I'm understanding this resistance is you are going to take half of the half damage. Is this correct? Okay. So you're going to take half of 31, rounded down, which is 15, and then half of 15,
7.
rounded down. So you're going to take 7 damage from this fireball.
And then
Okay.
from the other side of the cavern, I take 7 points of damage as suddenly I'm enveloped and flamed as well.
Ah.
Yes. Finally hit him.
Mhm.
Finally, Mira hit him.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you do take damage and you are on fire. Mira, you are going to be standing in fire, because that's how the move works, but you only take 7 out of all of that 31 damage.
Mhm.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Anything else you want to do?
Well, it's not my turn. It's Mira's turn.
Yep. All right, going to Key. Oh, and I did move the camera over. So Key, as we get to your turn, you notice a very large, horned, familiar gentleman who just rammed his way through, burst through the other side. And as he burst through that barrier that you identified, you notice, almost in sync with the time that he burst through, he catches a blaze. So running through the barrier and suddenly being on the other side, he is on fire. And standing there with you is your good friend Gura, the inflamed.
Oh, hey, Gura. Wow, that's an interesting appearance. Suits
Before
you.
you can get too many words out, you are going to be shot at. I don't know if I'm gonna hit you. Light crossbow again. This time
I have to make
using-
another wisdom saving throw, and also 12 is not going to hit me.
Oh, they haven't done it yet.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's from Mira. Sorry.
Just double check this ability. They're going to, as a bonus action, give themselves steady aim. To give themselves advantage on the attack. You said they still need to make a wisdom,
Yeah.
and they need to beat. How much?
Let me check.
Because an 18, I think, beats it.
I think 18 does beat it. Yeah.
Okay. Don't touch our character sheet right now,
Okay.
because I'm going to shoot you.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit?
Unfortunately, it does.
All right. So 18. You are going to take 6 piercing damage.
Okay. Can I mark that now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay.
And then it is your turn.
Okay. He's gonna be like, "Hey, you stop that! That hurt." Oh, I mean, hey, girl. Yeah. There's another key, and actually, with this key is going to.
As you start to stay, Key looks over to Gura. The other Key looks over to Gura, and he's like, "Hey, Gura, there's two keys. This key doesn't want to be my friend. Help get rid of them."
Oh, that's a lie.
You're a lie.
I want to be a friend. I want to be your friend.
I want to be your friend, but you.
Okay, let's be friends then.
You shot at me, and
No, you're
there's
the
a
one who just shot
crossbow
at me.
in my foot.
That's a lie. You shot yourself.
I'm pretty sure he wants my mayonnaise.
Do you want to hug it out?
And so Key, it is your turn.
Okay.
That's gonna be all the talking though for you.
He is going to cast guidance again
Okay.
on themselves. 3. Using fast hands, they're going to throw some caltrops. Actually, wait. No, I'm gonna move first before I do that. Sorry.
Okay.
I just realized. See here. He's going to move. Dang it. Am I moving? Let's see here. Can I throw something? Can I throw something like diagonally into a diagonal square?
Which square are you trying to throw into?
Because I want to move. I want to move here, and then throw something either here or here.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. He is going to move here first, and then they're going to throw some caltrops over. Let's see here. Over here, right there.
Okay.
So that square, just to let you know, that square is now occupied by caltrops.
Got it.
Got it. And that's it.
Gura, it is your turn. Now, an important note, even though I don't sound like he, you can't tell the difference between these two keys.
Okay.
And you are certain that one of them is a fake because you just killed your copy. But there is no distinction down to the silly little bow tie. These are the same keys.
Does one of them look more damaged than the other?
Absolutely. The one with the crossbow in its foot is definitely taken more damage and seems more in distress.
Do I know Key well enough that Key's eccentricities to try and make friends with everyone?
I would say after 2 adventures, yeah.
Yes, but both keys want to be friends with the other key.
Right, but one of them is more damaged, so I'm assuming the damaged one is the one that is my key.
Oh yeah, that's a fair assumption.
Really? I was gonna say, aren't we both the same damage? Because we both got hit once. Because they shot themselves and then they just hurt me. Literally in front of Joe's character.
Right, he did shoot at him, so that's kind of a red flag.
But one does have a crossbow.
One does have a crossbow. Right. What am I looking at?
Both of us have a crossbow. I have a crossbow.
The one had a crossbow in its foot before it shot at the other one.
Right.
Actually, there's no crossbow because remember, he has a magic crossbow that shoots bolts of magic. I just realized that because that's their artificer infusion weapon.
That doesn't mean that the bolts disappear.
Yeah, because it's a magical bolt of energy.
Oh. So they both
just look equally damaged. Right. They can't. No one has any bolts in them. They just
But one was damaged before shooting at the other one. It's up to you, or you could try to roll an insight to figure out which key is key. or use your character's judgment here.
I just wanted to point out because like
I gotta go with an insight check here because I don't. Joe, the player, is confused at this point.
With a 7, it is very hard to tell which key is key. The information that you have is everything that has been presented. Both keys are damaged. You saw one shoot at the other as you came in.
Okay. Do I see any sort of barrier to the next to try and get to Mira then?
Everything around you looks like a barrier to a certain degree. It's just a shadow.
So I don't see any path towards another zone where Mira might be?
Nope. You only see what's in front of you.
Balls. Alright, well, I'll just run as far as I can. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to intentionally run between the two of them with a dash action.
Okay.
So that's 30 feet.
Wait,
so...
they're not there. Not there. I would not go there. Yeah.
It's too late.
No, right here. I'm going right here.
Okay.
Oh, God.
All right.
And then I'm going to dash to go 5, 10, 15, just 20, as far as I can to the other side of the room. And I'm just going to sit down on the ground and go, there can only be one.
So
what?
You do run into Key's caltrops.
Okay.
Hey, watch out. You
is
just saw me throw it there.
Which is going to stop you or affect your movement going forward. So you'll take half of what you would have moved
All right, so
for the rest of
right
that
here.
space. One more.
No, it was 15.
Oh, okay.
And you actually, I hate to be that guy, but you also take D4 damage.
Oh, no.
Yep. So Key, go ahead and roll for damage. 1d4.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Roll. Actually, put that in the Twitch chat. Take 2 points of damage.
Darn. Really taking me out.
That's not all the damage you take because you are still on fire.
No, that was just for flavor. The status effects don't transfer over, just half damage.
Oh, got it. I was like, bet. We got oil. Okay, so you run past and then you just kind of sit there and you're like,
There can only be one.
Why does there have to be one? Why doesn't everybody keep saying that?
I'm just gonna sit down and lay my sword across my lap and try and sense where my connection to Mira is through the rings. Did neither of them take attack of opportunity against me?
neither of them did.
Okay.
They're both your friend. Why would your friend attack you?
Just checking.
Whoa, Joe, come on.
Actually,
Come on. He takes a shot. Well, I'm not sure if that's the real one. You're the fake here. All right, so that is going to be your turn.
Yep.
All right. You can't sense any connection to where Mira is or the ring. How long does that last?
An hour.
1 hour. Okay. All right.
Okay. My turn?
Mira, it is your turn.
Can I move out of the fire?
I believe so. You do have to make a dex save, or you take, what is it, a d6 of fire damage? The problem with playing multiple characters is memorizing everybody's spells. Oh, so no, the fire does not persist.
Cool.
It's
Awesome.
just an explosion.
Yeah.
So,
So
you don't have to move out of the fire. You're good.
I'm gonna keep this moving then. I cast mirror image again. And then I use my bonus action to throw my last 2 meteors at my mirror. My evil mirror. Dex saving throw.
Love that. Dex save, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Mira can continue to be fast as fuck, boy. Counterspell. No, I'm just kidding. It wouldn't
That's
work
not a
'cause-
that was a bonus action.
Yeah, I know.
You can counterspell the mirror image.
Suck.
Nope.
So yeah, go ahead and roll that sweet, sweet damage.
Mm-hmm. 21.
21. Mira, what does it look like when Mira dies?
I mean, I got my scissors, and I just point my scissors like I'm kind of annoyed. Directing the meteors to leave from circling around me and pelt at my mirror image.
All right.
Yeah.
And then when she dies, you do hear a familiar, very familiar shattering noise, similar to what happens to your very own mirror images when they are shattered. And Mira is dead. Told you I would kill the whole party. Anything else you want to do?
I want to take a look around and see if there's any cracks or any way out.
There don't appear to be any cracks where you are. Actually, that's not true. There appears to be some cracks in this direction and some cracks in this direction.
I'm gonna go this direction.
All right. Is that all of your movement to get to the crack?
Oh, I have no idea. Where was I? But
no, you still have a little bit.
I got like 5 feet.
Yep. Do you want to just walk through, or do you
Yeah.
want to? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you are going to walk through, and then we will get to that in a second. Key, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, I think the other key goes first, though.
How polite of you.
That's key.
Classic Key. He is going to cast Healing Word on Gura. Gura, Key turns around to you, very concerned, and he's like, "You saw the cow traps? Don't be silly!" And then casts Healing Word on you. And you heal for 6 damage.
Okay.
Key will take care of this imposter Key that is not good at making mayonnaise.
It's a horrible, hurtful thing to say.
Very personal. It's deeply. You know, sometimes we're our own worst critics. Healing Word is an action, I believe.
Yes. Actually, wait.
Healing Word is a bonus action.
That's a
think.
bonus.
Healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go. And then they are going to cast.
And you only need to say you only cast one spell.
Yes, one spell. But you can cast multiple cantrips.
Oh, okay.
So you can cast a spell and a cantrip. I know this because as a sorcerer, I can spam things, especially Eldritch Blast. So that's to hit, but I still have to do the wisdom save.
Yeah.
Stupid sanctuary. You were right. I was going to be mad.
Yeah, that spell's fizzling.
Not exactly.
Does he have to attack me now?
He can choose a different target. No, he wouldn't. Because key is key. So the spell fizzles. Key, it is your turn.
If they're evil key, then they would attack.
Not if they're trying to convince Gura to help them.
I have one more question to say because I just noticed something when you was doing that an action with Mira. Does that key have the necklace of the water Genanzi also?
You can give me a perception check.
Wait, cancel that. Sorry, I just clicked persuasion for some reason. Perception. Here it is. And I also have a +3 from my guidance roll last turn. So that's 26.
It does.
It does. Oh. Dang it. Huh. Shoot. That's a good roll too.
Yeah, sorry you waste.
He's going to just kind of look at the other king and goes, I mean, seriously, like, lying is a bad thing. It's going to cast guidance on themselves again.
And that's all?
And actually, no, I'm going to make a movement roll. Fast hands. Going to recaltrops the square in front of Key.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll move the camera.
No, I got it set up so I can see everyone right now. Oh, he just took out.
Oh, well, I'm a jerk.
And that's going to be it.
All right, Gura, it is your turn. Key healed you, and the other key threw down more caltrops.
Try to talk it out. I'm going to, because I'm sitting now at this point, I'm going to use Divine Sense and see if that helps me identify the difference between the two.
Put it in the chat.
It's Celestial Fiend or Undead.
Ooh. God damn it. Let me check something. No, sadly, it does not work.
Yep, as I figured. All right. Then I'm just going to continue to sit there and let the two battle it out.
All right. Mira, it is your turn.
I go through the crack.
You go through the crack, and you are here now. As you step into this room, you can sense a sort of arcane energy and you can hear familiar voices calling you. Not calling you, but you can hear them talking. They seem to be coming from this direction and this direction.
Sorry, I was looking at which direction, which direction?
This direction
Mm-hmm.
and this direction.
And is there cracks in either of those?
There are cracks in both.
Okay. Does diagonal count as just 5?
Yeah.
That's where I end up.
Okay. And then there were Key. So Key looks at you and drops its crossbow, or their crossbow, and puts up their arms and says, "You know what, Key? The only way to solve this is to give you a big hug. You need a hug."
Okay.
So they begin to walk towards you around the call traps, through that other square, with their hands up. And then they wrap their hands around you. And they embrace and hug you. I'm assuming you're letting them. When they do, they're going to use fast hands to open up a vial of oil, and then they are going to cast Firebolt directly at that vial of oil at point blank range. So they're not shooting at you. They're shooting at what is in their hand.
Wouldn't they have to also roll a sleight of hand then? Because I know you would make me roll a sleight of hand if I did that.
Against my perception.
Sure.
Okay.
How's a 21 feel?
That's fair.
It's
You
your
know, like
roll.
I said, I wanted at least, you know, I know you, if I the same position,
You're
you would've
right.
done the same thing.
I would have done the same thing. It's you're mirroring the DM now.
Yeah. 4D
It's gone
chess.
Inception. So that explosion does go off.
He's gonna go, "Oh, hey!"
You both are going to get caught in the explosion, and because you are restrained, you aren't going. I think you get disadvantage on the dex save.
If they're holding on to me, wouldn't they also get the same?
Oh yeah, but they're not even trying to get free.
But I can, and I have an ability, I believe. Where is it?
You have an ability to escape a grapple on your turn.
Okay, yeah.
This is going to be a dex save at disadvantage.
Okay.
I got your stupid sanctuary.
Why is it 4d6 though?
How much is it normally with the oil explosion?
1d4. I'm like, that's excessive.
It is excessive. Let's say they had all of the oil in their hand. How much oil do you have on you?
Let's see here. I have.
Remember when I let you buy a bunch of oil?
Yeah. Actually, I have to look at the other sheet.
But let's just say this is what it is.
All right.
So roll your dex save or to either take 16 damage or half the damage. You're not going to die from 16 damage, I don't think.
Let's see. Come on. Load up the sheet.
All right, so you're going to take 16 damage as you hug yourself lovingly and then explode. The other key makes a familiar shattering noise. And you are out of combat.
I will stand up, go over, and put 15 points of healing into Key.
1 second.
Yep.
You're out of combat. Doesn't mean you can move just yet, because something else is about to happen. I'm going to kill the music. When key, other key, shatters, all of you hear that familiar sound.
Stone cold.
Suddenly, you feel your bodies begin to swirl and move and get pulled in each direction. You feel yourself begin to float through what is shadowy and dark. And in front of you, you see what looks like a mirror, the same mirror that you came through. The light from it coming through. You begin to float towards this, and time seems to pass in a strange, strange way. Each of you are by yourselves as you float through and towards this mirror. And you feel like you lose all concept of time. You don't know if it takes you hours or minutes or days to get to this mirror. But as you do, it's like a cold traveling feeling. When you come through the mirror, each of you are standing there. Gura, in front of you, you see Alistair laying on the ground, bloodied, with a dagger in his stomach. Key is standing next to you. Mira is standing next to you. Key, you see the same thing. As you go through, it almost seems like Alistair got there when you guys got there. Mira, and you're muted, by the way. You go through, and you don't see the same thing that they see. You see Alistair reach out and grab you and pull you towards him as you come out of the mirror. Thank God. Thank the gods, I was so worried, my dear. Are you okay? And as he goes to embrace you, you feel warmth in your stomach. You feel a sharpness in your core. As you realize, and you slowly look down, you have been stabbed.
I still had mirror image up.
Too much time has passed.
Ah.
Do I get damage from this as well?
You do not. Too much time has passed. You feel the warm blood come out of your body, and you're pushed back into the mirror. And standing in front of you is a smiling Alistair. As you fall back into the mirror, you feel yourself go back into that void. As you do, you look at your hands, you look at your hair, and you see them sort of go white. And that is where we're going to end tonight.
Damn it,
Little-
Alistair.
Little cliffhanger. Was it Alistair? The other Alistair stabbed. So that is where we will end tonight. To answer some clarifying questions, your connection to Miro was broke as you went through the void. Again, felt like hours passed. Time seemed to not really matter in that in-between space. For Gura and Ki and Mira, you all made it out safely. And you will continue with the party after you help Alistair and try to figure out what happened. But that is where we will end tonight as far as gameplay goes.
Crazy.
Can I say? Oh, can I say that one of the things that actually I was hoping when the other key embraced key was because plasmoids they reproduce and also they can also combine into one larger plasmoid by combining. I was hoping
Yes.
to do that.
Yes. So yeah, thank you guys for playing tonight. Sorry to end on such a dark cliffhanger.
Seems
hope
to be
that
the
was
week.
fun, though.
Seems to be the week for New Age Geeks.
Good.
Yeah, we had a player death yesterday.
Oh, who died?
You gotta watch. You gotta watch.
I got. Oh, guys, go watch now on YouTube. Find out. Tell me. Yeah. So that is where we will leave it.
All right.
Thank you guys for playing. Let's go around the room. I know it's again a little awkward with ending on this note.
Better than yesterday. It really is.
But Mira, if that is you, please tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, so you can find me everywhere at Jamboree or on Instagram at Jimaginative. And you can see me on this channel. We're gonna be back with Forging Fates, not next Monday, but the following Monday. Or you can see me on Castleton on Saturday. I'm gonna be hopefully be in this episode. It's episode 6 of 9. It's date week and things are super crazy, and I have a really interesting plot line right now for my character. And I'll link the Castleton website in the chat. And also, if you play Twin Mask, I'm going to be playing Twin Mask this weekend as my first LARP. So,
please stay hydrated.
adopt me.
There.
Yeah.
It's going to be so warm.
It's gonna be so warm. Please, please, please stay hydrated. Yeah, and I hope you don't die because I mean, who would kill you? Only a bad person. Joe, our other New Age geek, where can they find you? And
What's up, geeks? My name is Joe. You can find me at most places at New Age Cosplay. That's my personal account. And I'm always here on the New Age Geek channel where we do Forging Fates, Investigation Check, a bunch of other shows, including this one, which is occasionally on every other Tuesday, sometimes possibly, who knows, because things happen. I'm also on, I forgot, Sundays, I'm on Records of the Realm playing in the Darkness arc where I play Malkith, the Grave Cleric, Fire Ganassi. A lot of fun so far. A lot of weird shit's happening.
That's a good combo right there. I like that.
It's yeah. It was last.
You can tell when a DM makes a character.
Yeah. Last week was the first time he really like did stuff in the show, and besides just witty one-liners, and everyone's like, "What the fuck?" This is why you don't have a game with DMs in it, because they make bold choices that you are going to regret as a DM.
Yeah.
Or have a game with all DMs.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
Let me tell you about my 10-hit Sorlock.
But you can also catch me tomorrow with Meloette from the Records of the Realm and the Storyteller Squad. I'm interviewing them. They are a Crit Awards nominee, as are we. And that's all the plugs I got.
All right, Mr. Kapow.
Hey everybody, I'm Michael Powell, and tonight I just wanted to make either a giant key or a baby key. That was my goal, and I failed. But you can find me all over the internet on my social medias, which is usually at Mr. Kapow. That's MrKapao, or my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Michael Powell does stuff, because I do a lot of stuff, like my YouTube channel, Fantastic Tales of Adventure, and I got something really cool that I want to announce soon. So be sure to follow me on my social medias. But my right now my current streaming schedule is I'm here every other Tuesdays, usually for New Age Geeks Spellshots at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then every Thursdays at Toyzilla Network for Toyzilla Live at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And you want to follow us, especially this month, because we're going to be talking about Comic-Con merch drops. So yeah. And also every other Friday, which is this Friday, I'm on the Johananon channel for Fallout TTRPG at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, where I play a malfunctioning Mr. Handy that we're gonna find out what happens tomorrow, whether our group TPK'd or not during our second session. So yeah.
All right, and I have been your very friendly DM who would never do anything wrong, and thrower of nice parties, JeromyTV. You can find me on my own Twitch channel or on social media at JeromyTV. Coming up, I will be at Comic-Con. The next episode of Spell Shots is scheduled to be on the 16th, I believe, where you can find out what's going on with Mira. And thank you guys. Good night. I think, Joe, are we going to do a raid?
If someone has someone,
Let me look.
they changed the raid thing, so now it's a lot harder for me just to have people that I follow.
You can't just copy paste it anymore?
No,
How about WEEDND?
WEEDND.
Oh, well, you know what? Actually, no, that's not the name of the channel.
Is Magi RPG on? That's a
don't-
friend.
Magi RPG.
Yeah.
Spell it.
I'm seeing if they're live.
Oh.
Oh no, they're not live anymore, boo.
How about this one? How about this one? We got Ticking Time Bob Gaming.
Put it in the chat for him to copy.
I got
it. Okay.
Cool. So join that raid. Say hello. Tell them we sent you. And thank you. And good night.
Good night, everyone.
Night.